Ladies and gentlemen, oh geez, that's loud. Welcome everybody, and just wait for Alf to sit down. Welcome to the first meeting of the Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee. Tricky, try, call it what you like. Oh, true, you've got your treat. And congratulations, Morris, on putting your bus together. Bus as a present. Slightly slower than I did a go. Okay, so look, before we kick into the meeting proper, this is the first opportunity, and whilst it doesn't look like that because we have a number of people online, but this is the first opportunity for the council laws as a whole and a committee of the whole to come together since the passing of Kingi Tuheitia. So I'm just going to pass to Kieran Leone, who is going to lead an acknowledgement to the Māori King. So, Kieran, all yours. On mute, mate.
Sorry, can you see me? Oh, yes, you can. Okay, tēnā koe, Councillor Baker, and mihi to you for acknowledging the connection between my iwi Ngāti Pawa and Waikato Tainui. Nō reira, it is a sad day today as we acknowledge the passing of Kingi Tuheitia during the very challenging times for Māori. He upheld kotahitanga and unity for our nation by holding huia iwi, and with over 10,000 present, we reflect on the legacy he leaves for us all, continuously to play our role towards Māori and Pākehā working together for the unity of our nation and our cities. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa.
Thank you, Kieran. Anything you want to add, Alf?
Tēnā koe, Kieran. The only thing I wish to add is ngā matarai ended up sending a delegation from the Kauniera down to Tūranga Waiwai. And we had our local boards represented. Myself and Councillor fully represented the governing body. The apologies from the Mayor and Deputy Mayor were given by Matua Richard Rihari, who spoke on our behalf. Matua Otene attended along with some of the CEOs, sorry, not CEOs, but representatives from the CCOs. They've represented the council, so just want to acknowledge that. And Desley, ngā mihi ki a koe in regards to the call that you made. So look, I just wanted to point that out. So, and again, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, not only for Councillor Leone, but also myself. Ngā mihi ki a koe tō katoa. Kia ora.
Thanks, Alf. And so what we'll do is we'll just have be upstanding and just have a moment's silence. Thank you all, and quite interesting having the bagpipes, if you can hear them just playing in the background. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is the apologies, and just noting too that we have a number of councillors online. There's a bit of a lurgy going around, so we have Chris Darby, Sharon Stewart, Kieran Leone, John Watson, Daniel Newman, Lotu Foley, Joe Bartley, Mike Lee, Greg Sayers, and Ken Turner online, so thank you for that. So we have apologies from Hukura members Billy Brown and Honey Renata, and early departure for Mayor, well, lateness for Mayor Wayne Brown, and early departure from the Mayor, and also lateness for Sharon Stewart. So someone like to move that?
Chair, I'm happy to move, but I'd also like to note my early apologies as is a funeral I have to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. So moved by Chris, seconded. Thanks, Richard. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. We have no declarations. No petitions. We have had one request for public input, and there was a request that was signalled last time from, or carried over. Oh, sorry, confirmation of the minutes. Rookie error. Thanks, Shane. Thanks, Leslie. Those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Right, moving right along. So no petitions, public input, as I say, we had one request, which was a carryover from the previous Transport Infrastructure meeting, where Gail Baldock had wanted to speak. It's come through. I have declined it today, basically on Standing Order 7.7.2. We've had a discussion, Gail and I, outside, and she's given me a gift of a bus, and we're all good. So thank you, Gail, and I'm sure we'll get to hear what you've got to say at some point. So there are, and we also had a request by Lisa Prager some time ago, but it hasn't progressed. There's been no further communication, and so noting just that there is no public input today. There is no local board input, and as far as I'm aware, there's no extraordinary business. So we will go to item 8, which is the City Rail Link update, and I'll hand to Barry.
Thank you, Chair. This is, and if John Bridgman, the Chair of City Rail Link Limited, and Sean Sweeney, the CE, would like to come up for a presentation. This is just the our regular 6-monthly update from City Rail Link Limited on progress on the project. Next month we will have an update from Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail, which will talk about the wider network, but this is focused on the actual project. And I'm sure it'll come up in discussion, but it's also a special occasion because this is Sean's last meeting with this committee before he heads off overseas. So we'll come back to that and acknowledge that later on. Sean, over to you and John.
Good morning, everyone. It's tremendous to be back here again. It doesn't seem like 6 months since we were last here, but in that intervening period, we've made some good progress on the project, and we want to appraise you of that. The project still has a fair way to run, and you'll see from today's presentation, a lot of that is focused around systems and testing and commissioning. But I'm not going to let Sean off just because it's his last week. And hand over to him to run through the presentation. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, John. This clicker is the one, yeah, let's see. Okay, okay. Kia ora tātou. Look, this is just a bit of a slideshow of just progress across the whole job. It's pretty clear if you go down on site that we are getting to the back end of the job. The stations are largely complete, and we are basically completing our fit out, but we are moving into the testing and commissioning phase, which is, we've always said, is the most complex and risky part of the job. Health and safety. The project puts an enormous amount of effort, energy, focus into health and safety. You can see this recent slide taken from the Link Alliance's board pack. You can see an downward trend in lost time injury frequency rates. We're now down below 1. I think we're about 4 a couple of years ago. So that's been the subject of a lot of hard work. But we're always only one moment away from a problem. We had an electric flash incident a week ago, and then there was the incident on the wider network yesterday, which now that we're working with, the sites are largely powered up, and we are, within a month, we'll be moving to be working on the overhead lines, which will be carrying 25,000 volts. So we are entering a complex and dangerous part of the job, and everyone is very aware of the risks that still remain in front of us. General update, the Link Alliance are still targeting practical completion before 26 November 25. We've always said that's a P50, and our view that is the P50 is the most accurate way of describing that, which means there's a 50% chance of that date being met and a 50% chance of that date not being met. But that is their target, and they are working very hard towards getting there. Overall, the project is still tracking to conclude within the existing agreed funding levels. Construction's 90% complete. Fit out of all stations is due for completion mid-next year, but some of them will be largely complete, apart from minor elements, by Christmas, and we're now energising the stations. The exterior sky elements are complete, and the urban realm elements are well advanced. And when you hear that construction is ongoing, within 6 months, really, construction will be referring to urban realm because everything else will be largely done. We've started our emergency services preparations. We had some emergency scenarios last week, and the testing and commissioning has commenced. So we're into that phase now, which is a great milestone. Very quickly, just a quick flash through the sites. You can see here at Te Waihoratu, once you start ripping the protective plastic off this station, it's starting to look more and more complete, as you can see. Karanga Ahapi, the exterior is now scaffolding removed. You can see the full extent of the cladding and the elements that are there. Again, you can see the slide on your right. That's the stations, the underground stations. They are platforms. They are largely complete, apart from protective wrapping on them now. But they're now being fenced off because when we energise the overhead lines, you need full protection if you're walking down the platform. Mongafo, again, the building looks largely complete from the outside. I put this slide in because you can really start seeing this extent of this site and the extent of a future property development response to this site. The tunnels are all buried, and you can see on the left the final roading is now being installed. And inside the station, you can see the final art coming. That's the wet wall, which is just about to get its volcanic tiles inlaid into it. So we're into testing and commissioning. You've seen this slide before. It's complicated. I have to read it myself every time. But there's actually 12 stages of testing. We are roughly at stage 3B at the moment, so we're heading through, and that's the different elements are being energised and tested before we move to testing them as complete systems. Oops. Just to show you where we are on that journey, this is stage 3B, testing and commissioning. The blue line is the plan, the green is what we've actually achieved. At the moment, they're about 4% behind, but most of our areas have what we call a cobra line. You can see it sort of rears up like an S, and so most areas, there's a long tail starting, and then you have a very intense period, and we're just entering that in the testing and commissioning now. A big milestone, Matariki, was we connected our network to the wider rail network. You can't quite see it, but those three lights on the bottom, they actually, you can see MTD, that's Mount Eden, KRD, K Road, and you can't see the one that says Aotea. Those are the original station names, and that's just showing that those signals are now up and working. And the photo on the right, if you can see all the lines in pink, that's actually showing our network is now live and it's connected to the wider network. That was one of our biggest risks, and that was achieved very successfully. So that's a big milestone for the project. This is the program that awaits us. As you can see, we are heading towards the back end of station fit out. We're already into station testing. Early next year, the light blue bubbles are integration testing. Once we've done the individual stations, we then move to testing the wider track and the wider network. And that will all be taking place next year. Look, this is really, I don't expect you to read this or or understand it because it's very complicated. But this is just to show you that the project team has at a very high level a plan to complete the job and complete the testing, and this outline shows the major areas that they are going about doing that. Basically, they have to complete the communications systems, then they have to complete the building management systems. They then come together to give us a completely integrated building comms and management system. At the same time, the tan boxes, we're powering up all the sites, and then we move to powering up the elements that will run the trains, like the traction power and the signalling, the train radio and the tunnel ventilation system. When they all come together and the systems and the stations are working, we can then start testing the trains, first slowly and then increasing speeds and increasing scenarios. So that's the high-level plan that the team is working to. We have already, we're well on our way into engaging with emergency services, and that's going very well, and that can be a crucial part of validating any new railway. But there's a high level of cooperation with the emergency services, and as I said, we just had a major set of tests last week that went very well. One thing we have done on the project is we have formed what we call a one client alliance. That means that all the different entities that sit on the client side, that's basically CRL, AT and KiwiRail, we work together as one unified group to do the myriad of things that we have to do individually and collectively to deliver the project for the client. That was set up beginning of this year. It's going very well, and we are moving through the milestones. Those bubble diagrams just show that that's a high-level plan of all the things the One Client Alliance has to do. And as you can see, the bubbles are being filled, and we are clicking through the areas we need to progress. So that the One Client Alliance is one of the real success stories of the project. John, you might want to do this one.
Yeah. So you'll be aware from the media, etc., that Sean is leaving the project to take up an opportunity, a very significant opportunity in Ireland. He leaves the project at the end of next week, and the board, whilst devastated to lose Sean, very quickly landed on the right option of selecting Pat Brocky to take over. Pat's been with the organisation since 2019 as our CFO, and that institutional knowledge was really valuable for us going forward, and sponsors collectively agreed that from a number of fronts it's the right thing to do to appoint Pat. So Pat has been often acting for Sean if he's been away, and is effectively Sean's well, I suppose he often is his 2IC on the project for one reason or another. And so we're really pleased to have that depth. We're in the final stages of recruiting a backfill for Pat in his role of CFO. But I think it enables us to ensure we maintain momentum, which is vital at this stage, and don't end up with some form of hiatus in the last run towards practical completion, which would well have been the case if we'd sought to appoint someone externally. Pat will be here at the next trick, is that the right term? Meeting, yeah.
Look, and I just reiterate what John's saying. I resigned 3 months ago. We are through the transition at CRL. Any blip would have occurred 2 months ago, and it's very much business as usual at CRL now and going forward. And Pat's already for the last 2 months, he's attended the Project Alliance Board again, so the change has been seamless. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you, gents. Right, questions. We've got Wayne and Morris.
Sure. So while it may not be on the critical aspect of the project, there are opportunities for the commercialisation of the operation in terms of digital signage for advertising, and conceivably when I visit other locations overseas, opportunities for retail offerings and the like. Are those things being developed with you to having some things ready for opening?
The commercialisation as such is really, my understanding, that's a matter for AT. We're providing a railway and everything that's required to run a railway, but the commercialisation is an issue for AT. We don't get involved in the commercialisation of the stations. We're just simply delivering them a complying, functioning station.
The other question is just around the list of additional things that would be useful for the enhancement of the CRL, and again, that may not be your issue directly, that goes to level crossings, station improvements, and the like. Is there a list of those that's available?
I believe that is something that AT and Kiwi Rail will update on when they address the committee. I know it's covered, we talk about it, but again, that's their responsibility, but we do have line of sight on that. And Barry, you're expecting an update from them?
That'd be a good question to bring to the next month's meeting when we've got AT and Kiwi Rail there, and I'll ensure that they actually address that as part of their briefing.
Thanks, Wayne. Morris?
Yeah, just quickly, there were two dates. You gave a date in the earlier part of the slide saying 26 November next year, and then in the big multiple boxes there's a black one at the end saying day one passenger ops. Is that the date, or is it the date that the actual work finishes completely, the 26th of November? Will we expect to see passengers travelling, say coming in on the Eastern Line and carrying on through from the 26th of November?
No, that is practical completion date.
Right.
It's quite different to day one operations.
The day one ops is?
That's again an AT Kiwi Rail call. It's sometime in 2026. That's not our call.
Okay.
So the date we gave is the date that the Link Alliance gets.
Yeah, I just want to get that clear.
I'm just trying to avoid any ambiguity.
But
it's contract completion date, not day one operations for public.
All good?
all good.
Julie?
I think just to clarify that, you said just because it's a public forum, it's practical completion date, contract completion date would be a date after that. I think once all the issues of the contract are resolved, practical completion is in November. Yeah, just a definitional issue.
Thanks, John. You'll find out, Morris, I'm sure. Julie?
Kia ora. Thank you. I wanted to start by acknowledging the amazing health and safety record. I think that's something to really be proud of. And it's not too long ago in this country we used to build these kinds of things and several deaths would be part of the price that a community paid, and it's really good to see that it's done well. So I just wanted to sort of see how are we capturing that and how are we telling that story so we can learn from it for future projects, because that's a real standout for me. And then I've got two other quick questions.
It's a good question. There is a lot of work documenting what's been done, and I think that can be, consolidated. It's been very, very well documented, the work, and the Link Alliance participates and speaks and contributes at all the industry forums for health and safety. So the information is getting out there, but I think that would form part of some form of lessons learned for the project when we're at a point of looking back and summing up what went well and what didn't go well. That would I've already had discussions with Barry about this. So that would be one of the things that should definitely be on the agenda.
Great, and I would encourage you to perhaps think about how to present that story to people who aren't part of the industry, like us, in terms of influencing decision makers around some of the legal frameworks and stuff. I think that would be really helpful for us to understand better. My next question is around the comms, I guess really speaks to Councillor Williamson's question too. But I just sort of want to understand where they sit rather than asking you for detail, because I think probably the comms about the fact that the chicken's still cooking, even though it looks like it's in the oven and it's looking nice and golden, I think that probably sits more with AT than with CRLL. Is that correct? Yeah, okay, so that's something I think for us to chase up, because that's going to be a really important part of the next chapter, is people understanding the chicken's still cooking. And then my final question, thanks for just nodding for that, told you it was a quick one. My final question is just around the compensation scheme as well, and acknowledging that the new CEO has overseen that as the CFO. Just interested in how you're planning on reporting around how that has worked as well, being the first of its kind, and whether there's some stuff we can take from how that's progressed as well. So not expecting you to answer that question now, more asking when is that coming, that sort of reflection stuff. Thank you.
I think that will be part of the lessons learned.
Thanks very much. Good luck, Sean.
Thanks, Julie. Chris?
Thank you, Chair. I guess my question following on from that is, by and large, it's been wonderful in terms of health and safety, but the accident that occurred, I understand the person is in the burns unit out in Middlemore. I just wondered what care and support we're providing in that situation.
Are you referring to the accident at Parnell?
Yes.
That's not part of our project. That's a Kiwi Rail wider network issue.
No, I understand that, but I just wondered if you're aware of what support we put in place. If not, don't worry. John, I was wondering if, as chair, you could help us understand the modelling that might have been done on projects of this sort of scale, from the date of completion, the likelihood of what we might expect in terms of the CRL being open to passengers. I've taken time to go and look at a few examples of this around the place, and you can't really compare Sydney Metro Line, because they were driverless trains, and it's slightly different and it's certainly larger. But the complexity of the work that needs to be undertaken from the point of physical completion is mind-boggling to me. And I'm sure that you, as board chair, have been looking at other examples around the world. Can you give us any insight as to what we might expect?
You're absolutely right. The work required post-construction completion and what that looks like for the development of the patronage experience and patronage levels is a very significant piece of work and is very complex. And again, CRLL is really interested in the completion of the construction, and we hand over the facility at a defined level to AT and Kiwi Rail. And I know there's a lot of work that's being done by those parties on what that looks like and what the scenarios would look like for patronage. And my understanding is they'll be addressing that with you when they come next month. And a lot of the work that they've done is reflective of the experiences, particularly in Australia, and further afield as they look to start projects.
Thank you. Chair, I just wonder, and forgive me if I'm doing this at the wrong time, but it is really difficult where we're dealing with so many different agencies on these things, and it's similar with the question that was asked by earlier around the development above stations by, I think it was Wayne who asked that question. I just wondered what we could do, and maybe through the Mayor's office, in trying to get a much more consolidated approach to understanding this for our elected members, of what might be forthcoming. We will need to do that with AT, we will need to do it with Kiwi Rail. I recognise that, but ultimately the public of Auckland are looking to this council to give them some guidance on what we might expect. So I just wonder whether that's a body of work that could be undertaken.
You know, I see Barry writing furiously, and I agree. So, you know, it's something that potentially we can bring next time when Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail turn up, because it's the doing and the using of it is going to be of greatest interest probably to the Auckland public. Any further questions? I've just got a couple. Oh no, Wayne, yep.
A really quick question, and again, it may be outside your scope, but in terms of digital accessibility, especially Wi-Fi and the like, is that going to be a pretty seamless experience for people across the underground station network?
I'll just get Wayne Kearney, our systems director, to respond to that.
There's no provision of Wi-Fi planned, but there will be basically state-of-the-art 5G services. So public cellular radio will be a continuous service the whole way through the tunnel, the stations, and up to the service.
Okay, is Wi-Fi something we might consider, or
Not generally.
no? Not generally, okay.
5G is definitely going to give a more seamless and far more productive service to the public.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Mike, online? Mike Lee? There.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can you please confirm that the CPO building was seismically strengthened or re-strengthened to the latest standards, please?
We'll get back to you on that one.
You don't know?
I'm reasonably sure it was done to all the required standards, but I'd like to get back to you with exactly what was done.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? None? Is there just... Oh, Desley? So no questions. Is there any debate? Because I think it would be appropriate if Sean stayed where he was so we can have an acknowledgement instead of hiding at the back. So if there's any debate? No. Excellent. Desley?
Right, thank you. Sean, please stay where you are, because I'm very cognizant of that this is your last time in front of us before you head overseas. So I'd like to acknowledge you today and your contribution to this project. CRL, as we know it today, began its life as an Auckland Transport project, which in corporate parlance lifted and shifted somehow to being a Crown entity. And on arrival, Sean found a project that was not well scoped and was certainly underpriced. Much of the procurement had yet to be done, including who was going to design the main works, who was going to build the stations, and crucially, who was going to drill the tunnels. In addition, we had to figure out who would fit out the civil infrastructure so that it would become a railway rather than a nicely lined hole in the ground. This, of course, was Sean's expertise, and he quickly got to work alongside Crown and Council and made it very clear that there needed to be a clear-sighted view of what needed to be built and how much it would cost. For example, the original designs were not future-proofed for longer trains that might be needed in the future, or for some simple things like the Beresford Square entrance near K Road, which will be crucial for those in the community with mobility issues. Into this mix, of course, were other challenges along the way. One of the preferred candidates for the big contracts went into receivership. In that context, Sean made it clear the model of contracting which the project started with wasn't going to work, and advised us about the benefits of an alliance model, both for better delivery and to manage risk along the way. Now, speaking of risks, I'm told that early risk management meetings dutifully included the low likelihood of high impact things like a volcanic eruption, without any expectation such an event would happen. And that was true. Until suddenly COVID hit, just as civil infrastructure delivery was ramping up. It's a credit to Sean that we navigated through all that, and yes, there have been many frustrations along the way, and we can only wonder where the project may have been had the government allowed big builds like this to continue at full speed through the lockdowns like in other countries. As we councillors have seen when we visited, the complexity and scale of CRL is staggering, and not something this country is used to delivering. It isn't like the likes of the Waterview Tunnel because of the huge amount of technology and systems that has to be installed. As you move to your next challenge, Sean, you've laid down publicly some challenges for governors to think about in terms of how we deliver infrastructure in this country. And Mayor, I know that you've spoken to the team about that as well. I'm hopeful we'll heed those messages and come together to agree priorities. The Mayor's integrated transport plan is an attempt to do just that in our patch in Auckland. And that's our challenge. For you though, Sean, one day, I believe we'll all look back and thank the foresighted people who promoted and funded this project, but especially those who managed and delivered it into existence. And that's you and your team and the various other companies that are part of the Link Alliance. Good luck in Ireland and all the best, and thank you. Come back soon, and I look forward to riding on the new metro with you in 2026. Ka kite.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further comments? Would you like to move and just note the additional resolution up there to formally thank and acknowledge Sean? So happy to move. Seconder? Thanks, Wayne. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks, Sean. Enjoy the Guinness and the Gaelic football. Exactly. Righto, the next item on the agenda is the City Centre delivery update, and so I ask Jenny Larking and Simon Oddie to come forward.
Tēnā koe e hea mana. I just wanted, just before the staff come in, just wanted to announce the new monarch for you. So, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. About just after 10 o'clock, the new monarch was announced, and that is Kingi Heitia's youngest daughter, Ngāwai Hono i te pō Paki. So just on behalf of all of us, ngā mihi ki a koe te kuini Māori, Ngāwai Hono i te pō Paki, te waru, which is number 8. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Kia ora, just wanted to announce that. Ngā mihi ki a koe.
Thanks, Alf. Good morning.
Is that us? Cool. Well, kia ora koutou councillors. Thank you for your time and providing the space for us to provide an update to you on our programs of work, in particular around Te Waihoratu and the Karangahape stations. As you are all well aware, we're now maximising the benefits of our investment into CRL as a key priority of the council group, and sort of outside of the work that has been delivered by CRLL and their various contractors. This takes the form of the creation of public transport hubs around Te Waihoratu Station and Karangahape stations, public realm and streetscape upgrades and improvements, as well as critical infrastructure and services upgrades. This is all required to ensure that our city is able to make the most of the benefits at CRL and the transformation that it brings, and to make most of that, what that can offer for our city. This is complex work. It requires a significant amount of cross-agency collaboration and coordination, and it's not an easy job, especially when we are doing this in the middle of Aotearoa's most important business, residential and cultural hub. So I do want to take the opportunity while we're here as well, just to thank Jenny and her team for the mahi that they're doing and leading this work on behalf of the council group and coordinate across many different agencies. And the work that they are also doing to help manage the impacts and work with our community around the disruption that is caused. It is an unenviable job, so just want to thank that. There is a lot going on, as you will all appreciate, in the city centre, and while the benefits of this investment will be big, we are highly cognizant of the impact that the work here and now is having on our businesses, on our residents, our communities and our visitors. We understand the challenges that presents, the stress that it causes, and where we have the tools available, we do feel that we're doing what we can to mitigate these impacts, but appreciate this may not always seem sufficient. But we are committed to working with our community in that space to alleviate impacts where we can. Before I hand over to Jenny to take us through the current status of our works, our programs, and what you can expect over the next 18 months, I do want to highlight that an update was provided around the Midtown works to the City Centre Advisory Panel at the end of August. Feedback from the panel was that they very much understand and they support the work. In fact, they're excited about the fact that we are on the home stretch. They can see the light at the end of the tunnel, pun intended, and they are excited about the end result. But in line with what we are hearing from many other areas and many other stakeholders and constituents, they did also stress and highlight that people are hurting, that the businesses that they represent, their stakeholders, they are hurting. They understand the context that we're working within, they understand the economic environment with which the city, Aotearoa, is facing at the moment and how that impacts, but they really did stress that point as well. So without any more from me, I'll hand over to Jenny, because I think what you want to hear about is where we are and what you can expect over the next 18 months.
Thanks, Simon. Kia ora, councillors. As Simon has said, we're working very closely as a council family to deliver the city centre, not only just within the council group, but we're also working very closely with utilities providers and the private sector to develop the city centre. Our program is very much well underway, so currently our big focus is to finish the works around the City Rail Link stations so that the areas around those stations can be free from significant construction and be welcoming and attractive when CRL opens. We're making really good progress, and I'll be talking through what you can expect over the next 18 months. So this is the picture of Midtown. So the pink shapes that you can see there are representing public sector development, and the blue shapes are representing private sector development. So our work is currently very much focused around Albert Street, Wellesley Street and Victoria Street. And starting in October this year, Watercare will also begin to upgrade the wastewater infrastructure in Midtown. So they will have 3 work sites on Mayoral Drive, Wellesley Street and Victoria Street that will support them to tunnel under Queen Street. But very shortly after Watercare's work start, Victoria Street west of Queen Street will be completed and open to the public. And over the course of next year, construction, you'll see, will gradually clear on Albert Street and Victoria Street. So the work on Wellesley Street and the wastewater infrastructure work is anticipated to finish by the end of 2025. And the last phase of the Victoria Street upgrade between Queen Street and High Street will begin in early 2026 alongside the next phase of the Watercare works on Mayoral Drive. The streets are very much changing day by day. This is a picture of Albert Street, and you can now walk on the footpath pretty much unobstructed all the way from Midtown through to the waterfront. And we have started planting trees on Victoria Street, and so today and tomorrow trees will be crane lifted into these waiting tree pits that were designed with mana whenua. This picture is showing a mock-up of one of the water care work sites. So we're working very closely with water care to make sure that the work sites are safe, attractive, and are as small as possible. So while there is still a lot happening, we are definitely coming out of the worst of it. Over the next 18 months or so, you will start to see construction fences coming down, spaces opening up, providing relief to the city and allowing the city to return to normal. By the end of this year, Victoria Street to the west of Queen Street will be open. By the end of next year, Victoria Street East between High Street and Kitchener Street will be open, as well as the northern half of Wallesley Street. By mid next year, Albert Street will be clear. And also in the Karangahape Road area, construction is currently happening on Pitt Street and Mercury Lane, and there are some minor works happening on Canada Street, East Street and Beresford Square. So over the next 6 to 8 months, construction will be focusing on underground utilities and enabling works, and from late 2025, construction will shift to above ground paving and finishing works, and the project is expected to be completed in late 2025. And as Simons has alluded to, while there is, we acknowledge and have a lot to look forward to in the city, we acknowledge that this level of construction is really challenging for the neighbouring businesses and residents in the area. So this is on top of a very tough economic environment. We know that some small businesses in the Midtown area in particular are doing it really tough. We continue to offer targeted support to those businesses impacted by construction, supporting them to operate effectively and working hard to make sure that the area is continue to be safe, attractive and welcoming for Aucklanders. Alongside our ongoing communications to the impacted community, we'll be delivering a big publicity push over the coming months to celebrate key milestones to help Aucklanders understand what's happening and to show them that construction in the city centre will be easing. We're continuing to deliver activation and events to give Aucklanders more reasons to visit more often, including the Te Wiki Te Aotearoa Māori that's happening at the moment. We have Diwali Art Week and Christmas in the city centre coming up later on this year. And in the new year, we also have to look forward to the Sao GP Lunar New Year, Pride Festival and much more. Thank you for listening and happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Jenny. First question from the Mayor.
Right, there's quite a lot of stuff and it goes on for quite a long time. And just when we're getting to the end of it, Watercare into the fray and stop more stuff. And I know that I see that you've got a thing, growing understanding and building anticipation of media and publicity to celebrate milestones and blah, blah, blah. We've got a huge comms department in here, ridiculously big, but not particularly ridiculously brilliant. And I'm just hoping to see, can we be addressed by somebody from that to discuss how that's going to roll out over this particularly long period? Because we don't have a great track record on this side of things. Recently, the government shut off Northland for 12 weeks by closing the Brindewans, and the comms plan was so clear and good that nobody really got angry. So can we have an address by someone, and perhaps could they perhaps look around to find somebody or other who's done one, just overseen it, that's all. Not the data, but someone with experience in handling really nasty public interferences like that in a manner that didn't upset people would be really great. Because if we don't have an overview of this, it'll just be added to that long list of things that AT have specialised in, and we will, the good things we're doing will disappear, because there is a lot of good stuff in here. I'm not suggesting there isn't. but we seem to have perfected the art of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory in terms of how we go about telling our stories. So I would like it at the next meeting or one of the ones in future to ensure that somebody who's got an overview of this, not necessarily having to work in here, but somebody who can just have an overview of this to make sure that all those people in there assemble a story which is built in a manner to highlight the positive things and to show that we are going to benefit from this. Because I think there is a good story here. But I just have great worries about how it might accidentally disappear. If that's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, Barry's written about 12 lines of work there of things to do. Beaming in from Patagonia, Chris Darby. You there, Chris?
Yeah, sorry, just found the buttons. And thank you. Just a question, and thank you, Simon and Jenny. Your slides note 3 or 4, maybe a couple more of major development sites on Queen Street, Albert Street. There's been some major investments there that I think most of us are aware of, and projects will be getting away on those. One that's not denoted is the blight on the Wellesley to Wakefield block, which is the St James Theatre relic. Now, council has quite a significant loan facility in place on that, and it's a long anticipated, restoration or rebuild. Do you have any oversight? You've obviously got awareness of these other private development projects. This is one that we actually have some skin in the game on if it proceeds. And we were awaiting confirmation that government was going to confirm its funding to allow us to confirm ours. But we're also waiting for the private developer to confirm his funding or their funding. And their funding would go first as opposed to ours. Do we have a status report on that?
Thanks, Chris. So we engage regularly with the St James developer. So effectively, the developer is waiting for confirmation of funding to proceed with construction. So they are very hopeful that they are able to start construction in early new year.
Okay, can we get, this has been sort of languishing for a while, can we get something a bit more concrete? Chair, I'm not sure whether we've seen any information about that for, or maybe over a year. I don't think can we get a memo confirming the status of that? And because that block is, as I mentioned earlier, is an absolute blight. The second point, Simon, you and I have discussed, the observation of maintenance issues, pavement stones, lifting, in the Queen Street Valley. Are we on top of noting the maintenance requirements in Queen Street and surrounding streets, where utility companies have come along, lifted things, not put them back, etc., and just making sure that the existing environment is a good environment to move around on, particularly on foot?
Yes, I think in that form, that falls very much into our priority around enhancing the experience of people when they're in the city centre. We know that sort of things like cleanliness, maintenance, operational outcomes such as those can have a big impact on the way that people perceive the city centre, particularly if it looks like we aren't caring for and looking after this place. So that has been a big focus over the last few months, and I'm pleased to actually be able to put the exact data in front of me, but there's been a few instances where, for instance, street furniture, areas that have been dug up for services that haven't been put back properly, we have been working hard to track that all down, chase it all the way back to the original source and get those issues rectified. And we are just in the process of putting in place a bit of a tiger team across the council group, noting that it's a coordinated response that is required to enhance some further outcomes in that space as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Wayne?
Sure. Just got a question further to the Mayor's comment about comms and effectively, I guess, a comms campaign. How about the overall marketing campaign for the area? And you know, I understand that that would include heart of the city. So, is there a well thought out marketing campaign that embraces a whole range of things, including, you know, the council facilities like the Aotea Centre, the art gallery, the library, town hall? I mean, all the assets that we've got that are in the mix, and obviously that campaign also needs to take into account the opening of the CRL, which is communications, yes, but marketing much more over and above that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So through the City Centre Target Rate and supported by the advisory panel, we have actually allocated $2.5 million per annum over the next 3 years to specifically to promote visitation and to the city centre. So part of those activities, the work is being done very collaboratively between Auckland Council, Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, and the two business association, as well as the private sector. So it's some of the works that's come out of it is Tātaki Auckland is preparing an investment prospectus for Auckland, the city centre, just to promote the benefit of investing in the city centre. They're actively promoting and trying to bring major events into the city centre, so that people, you know, to bring in those visitors and tourism into the city centre. So one of the, the sort of achievements recently is the Lord of the Rings musical theatre that will be in Auckland. So there is very much a collaborative and cohesive program that looks at promotion and attraction alongside our publicity and communications program.
Okay. Given that there's a high degree of interest in what you were just talking about, and obviously a lot of a huge interest on the part of retailers, investors, and the general public, are we going to be very transparent about this? So it's out there, it's on a website, and is available for people to comment. For example, some of the top marketing and communications companies in New Zealand are in that catchment. They may want to make some suggestions and the like. They may have clients that have got skin in the game that are interested in boosting their retail activity. So how open and accessible and engaging is the process?
I mean, I think we can take on board your feedback there, and the ideas of being able to work with the private sector and other entities within the city centre to help boost that attractions. That's a big part of what the city centre advisory panel has asked us to do as well. They've been very clear that given the current economic environment, the next really 6 months is quite critical for the city centre. They've asked us to look at how we can sort of front load some of the attraction and marketing activities in that space, working with both of the business associations as well as the private sector, and leveraging things that are already in play or enhancing things that are already in play as well. It is a bit of a mix of the sort of attraction, fly and drive, bringing people into the city centre from either outside of the region, but as well within Auckland, as well as enhancing the perceptions when people are here. So there is a multi-pronged approach to that, and that is what we're working on with the business associations, and Tātaki are taking a very strong leadership approach in that. We can definitely bring some advice, because we're going to have to take the same advice to the advisory panel as well on what we're doing in that space.
So in terms of transparency, I mean, is all of this information available on a website and the like, so people can visit it and they can see what's happening and they can make suggestions? So it's kind of dynamic?
In terms of activities and events and things like that, that's all very transparent. In terms of our marketing activities, we can look at how we're sort of showing what we're doing in that space. I can get some advice from the teams on the best way to do that. I think your point is around how we can bring others into the mix and into the conversation, if I understand. So there'll be a few avenues through which we can do that. So we'll get some advice from our colleagues who are leading that space, and we can revert.
Thanks, mate. Chris.
Oh, thank you, Jenny. And there's so much work to be done. And as we often reflect, this is sort of the shop front of the Auckland region, so it's important we get it right. In the past and in going forward, are there any difficulties? You would have heard the earlier item where it's a bit frustrating, where you've got multi-agencies involved in terms of accountabilities. So with the work you're doing, some work goes to the planning committee, some work comes to the transport committee. What's your understanding in terms of accountability for the sign-off for any of the transport-related issues involved in taking this project forward?
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll try and answer that question. So the Midtown program is very much, I guess, a group of program delivered by different agency, and it remains so. So my role as the program director for Midtown is to bring together the coordination of the various projects happening in this space, making sure that we are not tripping over ourselves, but also making sure that we don't dig up the road twice and interrupt the community more than we have to, as well as bringing up that joined up story and customer experience for the community. And in that respect, it has worked very well. So the team has been extremely, all of the different agency working together has been extremely collaborative, and in times, they are being asked to make compromises on their own respective projects for the good of the city centre, and they have done so.
Thanks. Mike, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My apologies for not being there. I've come down with a rather heavy head cold, so I thought it best I stay away. But I wished to make a comment, and I could also respond to the query raised by Councillor Darby, whether this is the appropriate time or there's a comment section after. I'll leave it up to you.
Sorry, Mike, I was reading a comment from Chris online. Can you just repeat what you want, if it's a question of me?
I'll repeat, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'll repeat. My apologies for not being present. I've come down with a rather heavy head cold, so I thought it would be best I stay away. However, I wish to make a comment about what's going on in the city centre and the damage that is being done. But I also noted the comment from Councillor Darby, so I could briefly respond to that, but whether this is the appropriate time or if there's a comment section after question time, then I'll do that then, up to you.
Yep. So we'll come back to that. We'll do that once the staff step back.
Thank you.
No problems. Richard.
Kia ora, and thank you both and the teams working with you. It's complex, but really, been down there with some of your teams, and it's pretty phenomenal the work that's going on. The question one I had, if you could just give a slight broader overview of the water care work. So just so for people to understand, my understanding it's like replacing 80 to 100-year-old pipes while also providing for growth, right? Like it's not we don't want to end up like other cities with poo in the streets.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Sorry, Councillor Hills. So the water care works is very much about delivering new infrastructure for the city centre to enable capacity for growth. So it's and also they will be doing critical asset maintenance for the Yaraki main sewer that will basically prevent risk of damage similar to other areas in the country. So it's very, yeah, so the work will be, that they'll do, sorry, the work that they'll be doing will be creating capacity for new growth, new businesses and homes to be developed in the city centre in the future. It will reduce the risk of wastewater overflow into the harbour and contaminating our water. Yep, and as well as safeguarding future infrastructure.
And they're up next. So, and Dave's indicated he's good to talk about it if you want.
Thank you. And the Karangahapu streetscape upgrade, it does sound like, and I have had some complaints from businesses, that some of the furniture and things are being either vandalised or being removed, maybe even by us, I'm not sure. Are we able to ensure that what was put in either stays there, or if there are issues, it is moved somewhere else? Because I know that some of the businesses have been upset that some of the furniture and things have been removed. Do you know anything about that?
Apologies, I'm not in that detail, but I can come back to you.
And the other question around, and I don't know if the decision's been made, but the outside the Mercury Plaza and the station there's been sort of a to and fro between, is it a public space or is it going to be a shared space with vehicles running through it? But my understanding is that the submissions were overwhelmingly in favour of a pedestrianised space, and even when you got down to the businesses and residents in that space, it was still significantly in favour of that. Has that definitely been made, the decision to allow cars kind of through in front of the station there, or will it be a pedestrian plaza?
Through the chair, if I may invite Eric Van Essen from Auckland Transport up to answer the question.
Councillor Hills. Yes, so a decision was made very recently, relatively sort of pragmatic one, that section of Mercury Lane will be constructed the way it was intended, whether it's shared space or pedestrian wall doesn't really matter. It is what it is. It's a flush surface, stone paving, trees, etc. It doesn't really make much difference, but the decision has been to resolve it as a shared space for the time being, northbound traffic, which is the reverse of what it was previously. So outbound only, and then a left turn only onto K Road. And then once the station opens, in around about 2026, we'll monitor and assess the impacts on the environment, because it's got a lot to do with the interface with the station entrance there and the number of people and movements and the safety, etc. At which point we will review and reassess whether or not we then take the next step to resolve it fully as a pedestrian mall.
Thank you. And last question, Chair. Just on the private development, so we've got about, I guess, 5 billion of private development, but we're starting to get a few $100 million announced every few months or weeks in the Midtown area, probably because of the works that are being complete. How will you engage with the public interface? So the Stonewood, the Chow Brothers works, and then now the precinct. I think they saw some amazing renders of that, 600 to 900 homes above the old McDonald's building, which is fantastic. But that's going to have significant disruption as well. How are we working with them on both the High Street, Lawn Street connections and the Queen Street? Because the public will just think it's us again. But how do we do that?
Thanks, Councillor. So we are engaging with those developers on a regular basis. So in terms of disruption management, we're very much engaged with them to ensure that the information, the work that they're doing is reflected in our communication so that we get a cohesive story of what's happening. We're working closely with Auckland Transport, who are looking at traffic disruption at a precinct level, not just individual project level, and they'll be managing those, traffic impacts as part of the whole Midtown network and not sort of responding just on one project at a time. We're also engaging with them in terms of the development's impact and also opportunities at the street level, so we can sort of consider, the street level sort of changes that might be appropriate to support an enhanced experience for pedestrians and the users.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Ken?
Thank you. Where was I? Just going back to our one dig policy that I've heard of, you know, we were going to bring electricity down Queen Street to supply power to the ferry terminal for the electrified ferries, and I understood that didn't happen. And then I understood that Fullers were waiting for the line to come down Queen Street. It isn't happening now with this water dig. Have we worked out how we're getting enough power to the ferry terminals to charge the ferries without digging anything up again?
I can answer that at a high level. The plans that I've seen, there's a substation in Lower Hobson Street or thereabouts, maybe it's Hobson proper. They're going to come from that location and head east, broadly along Custom Street, and then come down, I'm not too sure which side street, whether it's Commerce or kind of Britomart Place, but then make their way to Key Street. And the idea there, of course, is not to cut through any of the finished work that we did in Key Street some 2 or 3 years ago. We don't want to rip up that paving, so we're kind of moving a little bit further to the east to avoid that. But those works by Vector are for the express purpose of future-proofing that part of the city centre, because there's development proposed there, and also, of course, providing for that significant requirement associated with charging ferries.
Thank you. My point is that it doesn't sound very connected in some ways. You know, we've lost opportunity and we're digging again, but just in a different area. I understand it's not inside the main part of Auckland, so that's one good thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Any other questions? Just one from me. And so, is there any consideration being, and so considering I guess the scale of the work that is occurring across so many different areas within the city centre? Brisbane too has been going through a similar disruption with their metro system and their cross river sort of rail. They have operated a drop-in information centre basically in the centre of their CBD that gets tens of thousands of visitors every year. People not only visiting, but people who live, school groups. Is there any thought given to actually replicating something like that here so that we take our community better along the ride than we are currently doing? Because quite obviously it would appear that the communications, as I think the mayor's spoken about and others have spoken about, the communication that we're undertaking is not hitting the mark. And so is there any way that we could potentially consider that so that we actually tell the people and give them the opportunity to have a look, experience it, and it could include what private people are doing as well, so that people don't make up what is happening, they actually have the opportunity to see it.
Yeah, Jenny may have a bit more detail on this as well. I do know in the past we've had various information centres. I think Link Alliance had, or even may still have one on Victoria Street to provide information such as that. I think we can take the suggestion away in particular and look at what benefit that might have over the next 18 months, particularly as we're coming to the key milestone around CRL opening and streetscapes finishing on the surface level and disruption starting to pull back to help people understand that side of things. So we can definitely look at that as an option to enhance the way that we're communicating over the next 18 months as part of that wider package. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I'll just ask you to step back. Thanks, team. Good to see you all. Okay, Mike, you've got a comment, so you can lead off, mate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I just want to make a comment in regard to the city centre. I note this committee now has been augmented with the name Resilience, and I guess resilience is what I want to talk about here, especially the commercial resilience of what was considered the central business district, and certainly what once was the premier shopping street in New Zealand. The city centre, because of this program, which we are told Eki Panuku is leading, but I have a great deal of doubt about who actually is leading. I would suggest it is indeed Auckland Transport. But leaving that aside, the ongoing blockade of the city centre, blockading against mainly the private vehicles, is set to ramp up with the banning of private vehicles on one of our major cross-city arterials, Wellesley Street. Fortunately for the motorists who work for Auckland Transport in 135 Albert, it won't affect their car parks and their ability to access it. But for people from that point, Federal Street on down to Queen Street, they will be effectively blockaded. We've heard from the representative of retail and business in the city centre, Viv Beck, and she reported that their surveys indicate a 33,000 drop per day per morning peak of person trips. And that is not just cars, it includes PT, indeed walking and cycling. So much so as the information that came out was the near-death experience of Smith & Coe's foot traffic is down 55,000 persons per day in Queen Street. This is a really serious situation. If we're interested in resilience, rather than compounding the situation, which is not entirely the fault of the Auckland Council Group, but the Auckland Council Group and what it has been doing is actually compounding it. And so I want to make a firm protest against this, and also against the scheme to close off Mercury Lane to traffic against the will, I would say, of most of the people who live in that area. So I want to make that point. Someone has to say it. The Emperor has no clothes. This has been going on for over 6 years. It's tied in with the CRL, which will be recorded as the most expensive and longest duration 3.4 kilometre rail tunnel in the world. But leaving that aside, what the assumption is, it seems that in blockading the city centre, from blockading private vehicles from the city centre, will be more than taken up with public transport. Well, that is not happening right now. In fact, the trend is, in terms of PT, is lagging well behind into general traffic flows. So we've lost ground there. To assume that we need to build footpaths to choke off vehicle lanes to enable Melbourne Grand Cup final crowds to be pouring forth from these stations every day is not particularly well founded. So I want to make that point. The other point, which is off the topic really, but has been raised by Councillor Darby in regard to St James. Councillor Darby has made inquiries about this in the past. I understand he's been briefed by the heritage team. He's also made inquiries of council staff supporting me, and has been asked to talk to me about it. He hasn't done so far. The working party, which the mayor asked me to lead a year or so ago, when he replaced me on the board of AT with another councillor, has completed its work. It's had a number of briefings from the developer, from staff, and also some formal meetings. So I'm not too sure how formal a working party is. They are on record. The decisions are on record. And if Councillor Darby would like to look them up, he will ask for them, he'll be given them. Currently, the whole deal has been signed off after the working party has been over the deal and scrutinised it, has made recommendations to the council chief executive, which the council chief executive has scrutinised with his own staff and has actually signed off, excuse me, some weeks ago. It is now, I understand, on the desk of the mayor, who is, I understand, intends to take it back to the full council. So that's all I can say about St. James. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and another rookie error. So we just need someone to move that we receive this report. Thank you, Julie. Seconded, Chris. Right, now we can move on. Wayne.
So I have some questions around a marketing campaign, and that involves both communications, promotion, activities, a whole lot of things. I think it's essential that that be as public as possible, so you can go to a website and see it. And as much as possible, it could and should be collaborative. We've got some of the best marketing gurus in New Zealand that are in the CBD area. There are people that can contribute with ideas and so on, and we should be opening this thing up so that we get some suggestions on how we can breathe more life into Queen Street. Because if we don't, and we don't soon, it's on a trajectory down, irrespective of the CRL. So that's my plea, Mr. Chair. I would hope that we will see that. It's essential that it be as transparent as possible and as easy to engage as possible for businesses, companies, individuals that have got an interest in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Julie?
Kia ora. I would point my colleagues to Ike Panuku's website, where under neighbourhoods it has city centre, where it has quite a lot of detail about the stuff going on in the city centre. I take on board the point about having perhaps a map that reflects the private developments that are happening as well and shows the sort of the interdependencies. I think that would be useful, but the city centre action plan is there. There is information about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the ongoing specific projects, all sorts of stuff. So, and you can look at that by map even. So commend that to my colleagues. I would just note that I think all of our city centres and, town centres are struggling at the moment. I spend quite a lot of time in Mount Eden Village. It's on the bus route for me. It's got great cafes and a couple of bookshops. So that's where I often go. And even that, which is a very well supported village, has a really strong bid, now usually has at least 1 or 2 vacant shops. The town centre that I tried to put some effort into rejuvenating some years ago, the Mount Roskill Town Centre, which has been waiting on confirmation about what's happening with Dominion Road for a long time, that continues to struggle. So I think the idea that that vacant shops is necessarily an indicator of struggle and trouble, yes, it is, but it isn't exclusive to Queen Street by any means. Most of the bottom of the new mall in Newmarket is empty. Nuffield Street, a lot of the people who were over in Nuffield Street in Newmarket moved to the new mall, and now Nuffield Street itself is empty. So this is not something that's unique to Queen Street at all. Some of it predates COVID, but some of it is related to that, the changing patterns of people coming into the city. This is something we've started having some conversations with Heart of the City about. I know that Mondays and Fridays tend to be quite light in terms of foot traffic in the city now, and that's a result of more people working from home and perhaps using local town centres instead. And I think that is something that we need to grapple with and actually work through what that means economically for our city. At the moment, we've kind of been waiting for things to go back to pre-COVID. Some of this stuff is more permanent change, and we need to think that through. The point about the St. James, so that's actually where I get on and off the bus when I catch 25. And it's been gloomy like that for years, and it really is not the fault of of the city centre work that Ike Panuku's leading. And I'm glad to hear that there is a working party, but I would note that I was unaware of that's not a working party that I understood has been set up through our democratic structures or reports through to them. So I would really appreciate some more information on that and its work, particularly someone who stands outside the vacant big hole in the gap in the teeth, if you like. Also, I was at something at the St. James not long before it closed, and it was a very glorious venue, and I would love to see it reopened and in use again. The other point I'd like to make is that I think it's really important that while we acknowledge that this has been challenging, that we continue to have construction here, these are actually the growing pains of a city that's getting better and better. I have friends who lived overseas when we were in our 20s and our 30s, and some of them moved home at the start of COVID, worried they might not be able to come back otherwise. And many have commented to me on how much nicer the city centre is now as a place to walk around, to be in, to take their children to, than we remember from when we were kids and teens. I used to come in, I think, once a year for the Farmers Centre Parade. But now I bring my children in several times a month because there's heaps of beautiful places for them to play, to explore. They actually quite like seeing the construction, but my kids are probably a bit weird like that. And so we are actually making something better here. And so I really am encouraged by the report we've had today, encouraged by what I see on the website, and look forward to seeing more. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. And just before we go to Chris, just people are asking about St. James. It is going to be on the agenda of the October governing body meeting, and so we will have an opportunity to dig deep into the St. James. So, Chris.
Oh, look, probably thanks for that information then, Chair Andy. That's good. Look, I have been asking questions since late last year, February again, May again. I haven't been invited to talk to you, Councillor Lee. I didn't know who on the official side was actually leading the so-called political working group. I understand it's one politician and two outside of council. I'm a bit confused about the structure there. But look, the point I just make here is there's certain things we can control, there's certain things we can't control in the city centre, and there's other things that we have influence over. And the St. James is one that we have influence over because we've extended a loan facility which hasn't been taken up yet, because we're awaiting confirmation of the developer's hard cash and confirmation of the government's funding line. And I understand that there is a new QS that's been undertaken, and back in early May, a document was inked. But we're now 3.5 months later and we don't have visibility. And it is a considerable loan facility. It is a blight, as Councillor Ferry was saying. It's a very unsavoury environment on that Wellesley to Wakefield block. And I am concerned that the developer does not have the capital to follow through on that project. I am concerned that the government will not come to the party with the original funding package. And so that brings into question our commitment. And let's see that at the governing body. And I appreciate it coming up. I have been asking for this to be given some daylight for some time. And let's discuss it then. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chris. Richard?
Thank you, Chair. And just briefly, to echo some of what Councillor Ferries was saying, that there is a lot of change in the city centre because it has had to happen. Wellington, unfairly or fairly, has become a bit of a meme about their pipes in the city centre breaking and spewing sewage or whatever all over the streets. This water care work that we're hearing about soon is crucial for the current buildings, but some of those pipes have not been maintained or moved for 80 to 100 years. And we did see during the floods that actually the water came smashing through there as well. So it will be disruptive, but it does have to be done not only for the growth, but for the maintenance. So it is up to us to try and help those businesses and residents and visitors to look after the space. The other issue is that where we've invested, and this council over the last decade has invested in the Wynyard Quarter, the Commercial Bay Area, Britomart. There are 25,000 people working in Wynyard Quarter now, and 10 years ago there were 0 people well, not 0, but there were no offices and there were no major office workers that were usually working in the Queen Street Valley working down there. As we've moved up through the city, the investment has come. I've got a list of over 40 either underway or proposed significant developments that are happening in the city centre corridor, and we're hearing them announced all the time that will continue to come, but they will be disruptive. But people are investing because they want to be here. There is 300,000 square metres of commercial space coming online in the next 5 years in the city centre. People do not invest hundreds of millions of dollars if they think our city is dying or bad or useless, etc. We've also seen pedestrian counts in the city centre, the Queen Street Valley, increase by 9% this year. Yes, we're still below where we were for COVID, but it's an increase on last year. We've also had a 5% drop in retail vacancies in the Queen Street Valley. That is improving too. We're going to see massive trees dropped into Te Hanoa tomorrow, and this council unanimously voted for Te Hanoa to happen many years ago, and it was a very popular project, and you cannot have those lanes open because you'll drive straight into the new Te Waihoratu station box, which has just had the label, the signage put up a couple of days ago. So, you know, if we kept those lanes there, that's fine, but they drive straight into a station box, which is pretty, you know, not good for anyone. So it's there is a lot of upgrades happening, and it is very disruptive, and it's very tough for those businesses. And I go as much as I can down to the cafes and spaces down in those areas to eat and buy coffee, and we should all be doing that. But to the Mayor's point about communications, we've got a fantastic communication team which do great work. The issue is that some of us and some of you know, people want to talk out there completely contradict what our comms team are trying to do. So tomorrow we'll put out some positive stories about those trees going in and the urban ngāhere that's being created, and that was well supported by city centre residents, businesses, and the people who pay for the city centre targeted rate. And I hope that we all share it positively to help spread that message, while also understanding that it is very disruptive. So there is a lot of good going on, but there are issues much like the St James we've got right here in front of our town hall, the Sky World building, which I don't know if anyone will pay the $50 million to buy that, but that has been empty since COVID, and that is not something that we can necessarily address ourselves. So there are massive issues, but we know that as things roll out, as this investment rolls out, and the private investment comes in that's even greater than what we're putting in, the city centre will continue to improve, and we have to continue to support it. Kia ora.
Welcome to the parallel universe.
Thank you, Mark. I never interrupt you. You always interrupt me. Thank you.
That's okay. We'll move on. So any other comments? None. It's been moved and seconded. We'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And against. Carries. The next item up is water care. So Shane and Dave, welcome up. So an update on your capital program, and no doubt you'll have a comment about city centre stuff.
Kia ora, good morning. We've got a shortish presentation to show you this morning that Shane will run through, including Queen Street and including Iraqi main sewer update, and of course a couple of other pretty important projects that are on the way as well. So thanks for having us here this morning. Look forward to running through it.
Good morning all. Okay. There we go. So for the first time in Watercare's history, we spent over $1 billion on our capital program last year. And you can see for the next 3 years, it actually gets a slight bump to 1.2 and sits at around that value you know, for the next 3 years, which is a huge program of work, and the market's really excited by it. The majority of the spend is now in wastewater. It's, we fundamentally have fixed the water system a number of years ago, and so our drivers for the business are in wastewater. And in fact, all the projects we're talking about today are wastewater projects. So this little one you're all familiar with. There is great news on the at the stage where we have finished the stage 1 repairs, and we are now demobilising the pump station, starting to remove the pipeline that's in St George's Bay Road, and then backfilling the hole in the car park. And we're moving it as fast as we can. It's obviously not as fast as people would like, but we need to do the work in a very constrained environment, and it's been very, very challenging. The putting the liner inside the sewer has been impacted heavily by the weather. Every time it rains, we have to get out of the sewer because the flows just get too high for people to work in that area safely. We are now moving into stage 2, and I know I've met a number of you out on site to discuss the works. We're starting to work inside Albarian Reserve. I think the next slide shows it. So we've established a presence there, and the liner is on its way, and that work is due to be complete in early to mid-2025. The stages 3, 4 and 5 need resource consent. It's not considered an emergency, it's considered urgent, but not an emergency. So therefore we will go through the process of getting consent. We're optimistic that we'll be able to start that work in mid-25. It does mean we will be in Albarian Reserve for approximately 2 years, however. The photo on the right shows effectively what we're working in. We put a liner inside the existing sewer, which is approximately 110 years old and as I say, needs some maintenance. And then we grout the annulus between the liner and the existing sewer. And you can see the picture on the far right is in fact the sewer fully enclosed inside the sinkhole where all the work's been taken. So the team have done a fantastic job, very, very difficult conditions, but we've still got more work to do. And subsequent is that we've now got a section of this sewer to reline inside the Queen Street project as well, and I'll cover that in a minute. All right, where's that go? Central Interceptor. This used to be my baby, or my only baby. Now I've got lots of other little children that I've got to work on. So it's a big baby. It is, and actually next week marks a huge milestone for the project, and that the original stopping point was Western Springs, and on approximately lunchtime on Thursday next week, the TBM, which is currently under Stadium Drive, will in fact arrive at Western Springs. The team has done a fantastic job to get there. Thank you. However, we decided that wasn't good enough, so we've extended the tunnel twice, and we're now going to Point Erin. We're working on every single site. Some sites are actually finished, so Miranda and Dundale and Blockhouse Bay, Mount Roskill, we've actually left site. And we're gearing up for bringing the southern section of tunnel into service towards the end of this year. In fact, the pumps at Mangere Pump Station will be starting to run on water next week as we start our commissioning processes. The photo on my right is the Western Interceptor at Haycock Ave. We are now starting to cut into the existing sewers. Live sewer environment, very, very hazardous. But very, very well planned, very, very complex, and all being done without interrupting service because you cannot turn the wastewater system off. It keeps running. So rather than me talk about this project, I've got a video. So the highlights, here we go. It's an absolutely special occasion. It's the start and the journey.
We are honored to be part of this project, a project that will change the environment of Auckland forever.
Well done.
a while since I've been down there.
Supporting infrastructure in Auckland for years to come.
It's been a long time coming for us.
There's a lot of hard work that's been going into this project, and it's a great testimony to the efforts of the team so far. We're well on our way to delivering the solution for the people of Auckland, and it's full steam ahead from here. Thank you. So for those that haven't got to see it, I really encourage you to come to site. We can facilitate those visits. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And unlike CRL, when we're finished, no one's ever going back inside this tunnel. That's the reality. It's not something you'd want to go into. But the work we're doing is just stunning. And the team is just fantastic. So I'm justifiably proud of that project. But we're not quite finished yet. So, and I heard the comment about legacy and what legacy we're leaving collectively as a council family. And I think this is where we're showing how well we work together. So the Western Isthmus project, is effectively taking what the benefits of Central Interceptor were and not doubling it, but squaring it. We are going to end up with a massive improvement by doing this combined program. The Herne Bay, St Mary's Bay wastewater and the stormwater upgrade, we've got the consents. I know we went through some angst around using Salisbury Reserve for 2 years, and we'll stick to that. It is primarily done by tunnel boring machines again, so the disruption will be around the shaft sites. We've got a great working relationship with Healthy Waters, and we're doing our best to make sure that we capture the functionality that it actually delivers all the benefits we want. And I know I was recently on television, there was some miscommunication for which I apologise for, but we are working to an end date for this scope of works by the end of 2028. And I think it's shown best by this. I'm really not pointing this in the right direction. This is the before, and we talk about the legacy that as a council family that we're delivering, that's what we end up with. And you talk about changing Auckland forever, that's what we've done. We're undoing 150 years of environmental degradation, and it took a lot of foresight by a lot of people. I was the person that got fortunate enough to deliver it. But I look at these pictures and I go, this is once in a lifetime for all of us. So we should all be patting ourselves on the back in the end of 2028 that we've actually achieved this, because it would have been a lot easier just to not do it. So I congratulate everyone who's supported us on this journey. Queen Street, as has been discussed earlier, so I won't cover this in too much detail, except the fact that we've now got a great working relationship with the Auckland Council Group, clarifying what actually is required and by when, and we are working towards particularly part 3 completion date being the end of 2025. The complicating factor in this is that subsequent to the sinkhole, a more detailed condition assessment of the OMS has been done. It's highlighted that the section in blue really needs to be relined now, so we've changed the contract around and we will include that as part of this project. And then there's some subsequent parts, which is 1, 5, 4 and 6. You may wonder where part 2 is. We optimised the route, so we deleted part 2, and the good news is that we've come to a very good agreement with council around going through Grays Ave car park as opposed to going under the underpass. So that's a great outcome for the family as well. So that's Queen Street. It is going to be tight from a timetable, but I have put this project under the Central Interceptor Group to deliver, because one, they are the best from a client side, the best tunnelling group going, and so if anyone can deliver that, it will be them. We're leveraging off the experience of what we've done on CI as opposed to trying to recreate the wheel. So slow start, but we're aiming for a very, very strong finish. And finally from me, all can't be that bad with the world in Auckland. if you can get a photo of a tui outside one of our construction sites in Mount Albert, I reckon that's pretty cool. That's right outside the Norgrove Ave shaft site, and we get these visitors a couple of times a year when the trees bloom, and so it's not all bad with the world. Happy for any questions.
Thanks, Shane. Well, before we do that, does someone like to move? Yes. Thanks, Chris, and thanks, Deputy Mayor. Okay, Wayne.
Looks like a Taiwan cherry. So just got a question around the diversion project, which essentially is dealing with combined wastewater and stormwater. So a significant amount of the flow is going to be stormwater. The question I've got goes like this. This line is going to be running in the vicinity of some pockets that have been severely hit in storm events, where there are known issues for dealing with storm water. That includes parts of Grey Lynn. It's in the vicinity of parts of Mount Roskill that are impacted by stormwater that once upon a time were old swamps. Is there any prospect that this facility could be used for dealing with stormwater into the future, given that it's already taking stormwater and large volumes because of stormwater intrusion and the combined systems?
The key difference with Central Interceptor to other schemes similar around the world is that Central Interceptor is going to be taking dry weather flow from day one. Most of these schemes are just designed for, combined sewer overflows. What our goal is, and this is where we work collaboratively with Healthy Waters, is as development occurs, separation will continue to occur, and we will actually free up capacity in the Central Interceptor, not to provide capacity for stormwater, but to provide capacity for more dry weather flow, because that's the stuff that you really want to keep out of the environment.
Yeah.
And so that's, over time, that's what's going to happen. There'll be more dry weather flow in the Central Interceptor than wet weather flow. The stormwater issues that you talk about, again, I acknowledge from an engineering point of view, they're very significant for Auckland, and I think there is a different solution for that, but that's, as I say, the working relationship we have with Craig and his team. I think we've got collaborative thinking on how we go about the best way to deliver those outcomes at the best economic value.
And a quick build is the St Mary's Bay stormwater line that wasn't going to be hooked into the CI is going to be through the Point Erin, enabled by going to Point Erin. So not just towards Cox's Bay, but back towards St Mary's Bay as well. So another benefit.
I understand where you're coming from. I guess my concern is that detention or making space for water has only got a limited amount of applicability, and there may come a point in time when we may need to use the Central Interceptor to cope with stormwater issues. I just raised that now. Sure, I understand that it's going to be used increasingly for dry weather flows, but if it has got treatment capacity at the end, it may be an option that we need to look at, because we're going to have big problems in the future in stormwater, that's for sure.
Noted. Thanks, Wayne. Julie.
Thanks very much. I just note that there's way more stormwater than there is sewage. So if we were to put stormwater into the Central Interceptor, we'd bust out Mangere pretty fast. And that really the purpose of the project is the other way around, to reduce sewage getting into the stormwater and therefore into our harbours and streams. What I'm interested in, and I love this project, what I'm interested in is you talked a little bit about the legacy that the Central Interceptor is leaving, and I represent an area where you've got lots of sites and local parks, so quite aware of some of that, the physical legacy that it's leaving, obviously, for the city as it functions as well. But what I'm really interested in is how we can learn lessons about how this project was done, what worked and what didn't, particularly in the relationships with the communities around the sites and across the broader area that it serves. So one thing I've noticed is that there's been a lot of investment and thought put into the comms and engagement, which I think has been fantastic. What I'm now seeing is Watercare more broadly picking up some of those lessons, which is fantastic too. But how can we capture that? Think about how much it cost, so we can be more realistic about how much that stuff costs, the investment required to do it well, because I think that, we've already talked about that with some other projects here this morning. I think that can be another really important legacy for the Central Interceptor in the city, is improving the way we do our comms and engagement around these projects. Thanks.
If I could just respond. We made a conscious decision around how we communicate the benefits of this project. It's one of the things I think our points of difference is everyone in Auckland wants this project. They're tired of the problem and they want the solution. But largely we're invisible. Unless we're actually in your neighbourhood, you don't know the tunnel boring machines, traversed Auckland. So that's the role of the communication, so that we build that goodwill. I guess it's the other one of the reasons I've been brought across back into the mothership, as I call it, is to bring this approach that I've had on CI, which the board and Dave have been very supportive of, and saying we want more of that. And so that's what I'm trying to bring to my wider portfolio, because we often see the problems, but we're not seeing the huge investment that Watercare is doing and the work that we're going through to deliver these outcomes and change the city forever. So we are trying to do more of it. We've got the Mobile Discovery Centre. We're looking at repurposing that to being a broader Watercare and wider project, because we found rather than have people come to a fixed place, going to the people, it just helps the brand and tell our story.
And are you having those conversations with our other CCOs? Because I think AT in particular, that would be really valuable.
At this time, I'm still relatively new under the desk, so I haven't, but always helpful to do it. If I'm being really selfish right now, I'm fixing the wider part of my business, and then we start. But we are here to help anyone that wants to learn from what we do, because I'm, particularly on CI, I'm exceptionally proud of what we've done to date, and what we've just got to do now is get to the finish line.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
Thanks. Chair, got 3 quick questions. The first one is on Queen Street. Could you just sort of maybe explain the benefits? Because that is going to be, people are going to hate what's coming, even though you're trying to reduce but why it has to happen, and you're bringing it about 5 years forward, even though most people won't see it that way.
Growth, overflows, redundancy. It's at some point we're going to have to do this. And it's going to be disruptive. What we've got to do is minimise that disruption time and do it, as it's been expressed around the table today. If we're going into a neighbourhood, do it once, get it all done, and then we're out. And as I think there was a comment made about some of these assets have lasted 100 years and have had no work done. Well, if we can get that life out of it, then, we are coming in fairly infrequently. But those are the 3 drivers.
Yep. Thank you. On the job pipeline, I met with Priyan a few weeks ago. Good discussion, but you've got CI, then these quite big projects. Do you have a pipeline of work to try and keep all those skilled people that are working on the projects? Because I know we're losing them in other construction sector post-CRL.
So regarding the tunnelling resources, that's why now all tunnelling projects will be delivered out of the CI group. We've got to rebrand it because CI is coming to an end. It really depends on what our business needs are. So at some point we'll be rebuilding Huia, so we'll need a different skill set for that. What we've got to do is build our internal capability and also look to partner with these global organisations that can bring in those specialist resources that we just can't keep in the country because we're doing these jobs so infrequently. And the CI model has worked. And so we've developed a lot of really great young people, but we've also utilised global experience to make sure that we're getting the outcomes that we need.
Thank you. And just last question, Chair. We talk about the big projects a lot, but some of the smaller ones that are very disruptive, so I think of Kahikatea on the shore and the Elmer Road pump station things, it seems like the last bit is where we miss out. So we have the huge works and it's really well communicated, and then we sort of take the hand off the pump and people start to get grumpy because it's that finicky stuff, it's the back of my section or whatever. How are we trying to make that stuff better? Because it's like whenever the big kit leaves, there's a lot of little things to deal with.
So it's the mindset that we're trying to change with a number of my team, which is it's not how you start in an area when, you know, pardon the pun, the champagne corks are popping and everyone's all happy. It's how you leave the area that the people will remember you by. And so you're absolutely correct. How we finish is the most important thing. But it's for a lot of project managers, I hate to say it, it's a mindset because they're already moving on to their next job. So we're starting to change that internally and saying you're not going to your next job until you finish this job and finish it well.
Thank you, Richard. Chris?
Thank you. Mine's a comment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask a question of these people, but I don't believe you'll be in a position to answer it. However, I'll explain why I'm going to ask it and then you can tell me you can't. I've been contacted this morning by a constituent who's read a Herald article about a deal you have done spending $1 million a year with Tainui that was done in secret. And the Herald says it was never made available to the public, it was never disclosed. We did get a briefing email in about 10 o'clock just as we were arriving here from Ben Halliwell, and I read it. And he actually says that a joint press release was issued at the time and it's included in it. But if you read the joint press release, it doesn't mention the $1 million at all. So when I have to answer back to a constituent, I can't go back and say a joint release was issued at the time and show this one, because this doesn't mention the $1 million for 20 years. So when an article appears in the Herald like that and Watercare come before a committee like this, I've got to ask, can you add any light to this issue?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Williamson. It's a great opportunity to be able to speak to that. So the kawanata with Waikato Tainui started in 2020 and was refreshed in 2023. It was signed. There was the announcement that was made. I suppose, unfortunately, it didn't talk about any dollars that go with that. And so here we are today. What the kawanata talks about, and I should remind and talk about that in Tamaki we get 20% on average. Our drinking water comes from the Waikato awa. At the moment, we're 40% of our drinking water is coming from the Waikato awa, and the differential in cost between those two numbers is about $60,000 a day. $60,000 a day. Why is that? Pumped solution, of course, pump it up from the river, but a big part of that is chemicals and energy to treat the water. So this kawanata with Waikato Tainui, there's a joint steering group that oversees projects to improve the health of the Waikato awa that everybody knows is not in great shape. And if there aren't projects, well, there's no money that is forthcoming. So there's a maximum amount of money per year for projects that will directly improve the health of the Waikato River and where our water take comes from, which, as said, is extremely significant for Auckland. In terms of other headworks that we do, so in the Waitakere Ranges and in the Hanua Ranges, we have also lots of projects that go on, some in conjunction with council parks, some in conjunction with others, so that again, the quality of the water that we utilise to turn into potable drinking water for Auckland is improved, which actually directly reduce our costs over and above, many times, over and above any money that we've spent on the projects. So this has been on the go for some time. It was extensively discussed at our board meetings, and there's nothing secret about it at all. There's a joint working party to oversee it between Watercare and Waikato Tainui, and those projects have to be validated around how do they directly impact on improving the water quality of the Waikato awa that we utilise to turn into drinking water for Aucklanders.
Okay, so when the Environmental Protection Authority granted consent for the first process, part of that consent was $2 million a year and was actually in the consent and was made public and so on. And so everyone knew that $2 million a year for 20 years was going to be part of the consent deal. What I'm questioning you now is another 1 million a year, which was not in the consent and was not asked for in terms of the environmental, was also agreed to, but never announced. And all I'm saying is that around this table, we're always on about transparency, full disclosure. Why, when that press release was released, did it not say there will be an extra 1 million a year for this, as you're already agreed to in the environmental protection, the $2 million a year?
Well, I can't answer why it wasn't in the statement. All I can say is that it was not secret, as I've said. It was well discussed, it was traversed, and in hindsight, probably would have been better to announce that. However, it certainly was not secret. It wasn't a murky deal. It wasn't anything of that nature. And there's strong governance around the projects that lead to that. From the Environmental Protection Agency, that is that is the Waikato River Authority that then get the funds through that arrangement to use somewhere in the river. This is around directly influencing where our water take comes from.
But there's a real lesson for us all here.
Yes.
If you don't disclose something at the time, it can blow back sometime later and look like you were trying to hide it. It would have been easy enough to put an extra sentence in this. This will involve a $1 million a year fund to help do the research about the state of all of the stuff you were saying before. But the Herald today is now saying it was secret. It was saying it wasn't disclosed. The briefing we've just got says a joint press release was issued at this time. But I read the press release and it doesn't say the 1 million.
I think we're veering a long way off track. Dave wasn't the CEO when it was originally.
The problem is that when we get asked by constituents, I say, well, Watercare was at our committee today and I didn't ask them.
Yeah, and so you can, and so if there's any more further information, I mean, I'm sure that Dave's happy to pass it on to you, Councillor, there's no problem. Any other questions?
I'll convert my comment to a question.
You can do that.
Great work. My question to you is around, in acknowledging where you've got to date, these projects have awfully long horizons. So I can't sit here today and not think of the passionate advocacy that we've had from the Mark Fords, from the Ravine Judderams, the people who week after week after week brought the advocacy to this chamber to have the courage to agree to kickstart this project. So while we look at it, technically it probably only started in 2019, it started one awfully long time beforehand. From what you're experiencing, and there is a call for having a longer horizon and bipartisan support for major infrastructure, what is your experience telling you on getting these sorts of projects off the ground?
So there's actually one fellow that probably needs to get the biggest recognition. He's sitting over my right shoulder, and he'll never admit to it, but this central interceptor would never have happened without Craig McElroy. And the impact he has had on the wastewater system in particular, from starting with Wastewater 2000, which has led to Mangere being a world-class facility, and central interceptor, it would never have happened. Yes, we were very fortunate. See, I was 10 years in the planning. We planned it really well. We have literally followed the rule book on how to deliver these projects, which is plan slow, deliver fast. I'd like to think that when we do similar sorts of projects, we've adopted the same approach. We've got people on the journey with us, and before we start, we know exactly what we're delivering. And that's how you get the value. So I think you are 100% right with the support we've had from the council, from within Watercare. It's that drive to actually see what the future can be, and we're now delivering it. So it's just fantastic.
You are quite right to include Craig in that. I was just looking back at those who were not present, but and his sartorial excellence that he brings into this chamber on a regular basis. But there is a lesson for us in understanding these projects take decades in the planning and execution.
If I could just add that by around 2045, Auckland is likely to need a new source of drinking water. And so, that's quite some time away, but that is top of mind for us right now from a planning perspective, and how to make sure that the people who are here in 2045 go, well, the people in 2024 at least started doing things, and earlier. But that is coming sooner than we would like, I think.
Thank you, team. Any further questions? None. All right. Thanks, guys. Take a step back. Desi, you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, apologies for that. Look, I just want to say a huge thank you to you both, Shane and Dave. From my perspective, I'd love to give you a bouquet. The reason I didn't have any questions is that one of your people, Ben Halliwell, has just been outstanding in his communication to me about the Ōrākei sewer problems, Alberon Reserve, and I know that you've been able to tackle all the issues around that. The way that he keeps me up to date on all those local projects, and I know Richard mentioned, sometimes it's the little things, not the big things, but he seems to be over those little things, and his communication has been outstanding. So I'd like you to pass on my particular vote of thanks, and I'd like to do it in public for that. Look, just on the specifics, the Ōrākei sewer has been horrific for Auckland. It's been horrific for you, but the way that you've handled that, has been as good as it could get, I think. I want to be there when there is no hole anymore and you walk away. I think that'll be a major day for us. On the Central Interceptor, thanks for continually inviting us out to see that project. It is, of course, our largest wastewater project in the country, and the way that you've handled that and the work that you're doing is exemplary. So no questions, because of great communication with those of us who have to sell it to the community. And then just finally, a little thing, Alberon Reserve. Rubbish bins have been a contentious issue for us. You were given a footprint, the footprint took away the local rubbish bin, and as soon as you're alerted, the guys moved their footprint back. Sometimes it's the little things that makes a difference. Thank you.
Thanks, Desley. Alf?
Thank you, Here Mana, and my only comments that I have is one around the Central Interceptor, and having been around that table when this whole program started, and I've always said this, and I will continue to say this, is that Māngere, even though we didn't want it, we still continue to get your SHIT here in Māngere, but I need to congratulate Watercare on the work that you have done. And my closing comment is also congratulations on the relationship with Waikato Tainui. That is so important. I had gone down to a meeting with Waikato Tainui and their board, and ended up sort of having a talk and getting really straight from them around why this relationship is so important. So to you, to Watercare, congratulations. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Alf. Any other?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Any other comments? No, just Shane. It's always good watching your kids grow up. It's even better when they do well, mate. So good luck, and thanks very much. And I think it's all been said, and we look forward to the day when it's all pumping nicely down towards Alf's place. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Thanks, team. Righty ho. Craig, if you could bring your swelling hat up to the front. The fine Mayor shoes. You can go to Sylvia Park and go upstairs and find those upstairs. Beautiful things. I do have a pair of Mayor shoes on Craig McElroy's recommendation from a few years back. Oh, we haven't got shoe shops like that in Pookie. Gumboots.
Well, first of all, on behalf of Mars Shoes, I'd like to thank Council for the advertorial today. Maybe they'll send me another pair of shoes and arranging all that free advertising for them. Fantastic. Look, I won't read every bullet point. I just wanted to highlight, I think, to me, what the key focus for Healthy Waters is. One is we're actually not a network business. whether we like it or not, healthy waters and stormwater will always provide 100% availability, except if you don't manage the asset properly, the availability won't be the type of availability that you want, and will cause all sorts of unintended consequences. So what we're doing to try to manage the risk is to really have a huge focus on natural assets. We've actually got far more waterways and ponds than we've got pipes. And that's really the area that we really have to focus on if we're going to be successful. And in that light, the partnerships we've got with iwi Māori and the community are the only way that we're going to be successful, because so many of these assets are on private property. And if we're going to do works in private property, we've got to bring those communities along the way with us. And iwi Māori are a great partner because the ideals that they'd like to see delivered in accordance with their, the way they view the world from a Māori perspective is actually perfectly aligned to what we want to achieve anyway. And so I think that that partnership is actually the thing that makes our business successful. And really linked to that is the collaboration that we've currently got underway with Auckland Transport, with Watercare and with the council parks and community facilities together. You know, I'm actually so pleased that with water reform we've ended up as part of council, because it's those key relationships that make our project successful. And as you know, so much of stormwater management is actually land use management as well, and decisions that are... So you can't look at the infrastructure without looking at all of the planning decisions that are made around land use at the same time. So really pleased to be still part of the council family. I'm sure we'd have been lost if we'd ended up in Watercare, because I look at the numbers of Watercare budgets and our budgets don't compare to Watercare's. But the work is obviously equally as critical. And just lastly, the big things for us obviously in terms of spending money are the water quality targeted rate and also the Making Space for Water program. And yeah, so I just wanted to highlight that. So just emphasising the points that I just made around the fact that we actually have over 16,000 kilometres of streams to look after, and we can only do that, by the way, on a risk prioritisation basis. So we're putting a lot of effort into actually coming up with an asset condition monitoring system, which actually looks at all of the risks in our natural environment, no different to a pipe network, because to me a stream is a pipe without a roof and made of dirt and stones instead of concrete. But everything else about a stream is no different to a pipe. It's just got the ability to overflow into the adjoining environment when it's full of water. And we're actually also getting the accountants, by the way, to think of it like that, because it then means that the work we do in natural waterways can be capitalised. So we're actually looking at capitalising the airspace above the land as a way of actually doing more capital investment in natural streams. But it means the ownership of the land doesn't change, but we just need the air above the land to be available when we get a big storm event. And so I think that way of looking at the asset is very helpful when it comes to defining what a network actually looks like from a stormwater perspective. So yeah, we've got a big asset base. I actually think in asset base numbers, our asset base for stormwater is roughly the same as Watercare's asset base for water or wastewater. From memory, the numbers for Watercare are not dissimilar to Healthy Waters from an actual asset base point of view. The thing about stormwater assets though is they do tend to last longer, because you haven't got quite the same aggressive environment with stormwater pipes as you've got with wastewater pipes, which have all the methane that tends to have a really bad effect on concrete life. And just a couple of numbers for you. Our budget for 23-24 was 135 mil, and if you include the contributions we made to the Watercare Central Interceptor program, our actual for the year was 145 mil, so we just did slightly better than budget. I think it's better. The accountants say it's worse, but I think it's better. And secondly, our budget for this year, including Making Space for Water, is 194 million. So we've got a big budget to deliver this year, and we've made a great start to the year to do that. Just talking about a couple of specific things that we've been up to. A lot of work going on at the moment around, it's been referred to already, around stormwater and wastewater separation. And so what I would say in response to that question from Councillor Walker is that the opportunity is that we want to do the work to maximise the use of the central interceptor, but also to take advantage, as Shane says, of growth, so that we're getting maximum utilisation of the central interceptor, but as growth gets more considerable, we have to take load off the central interceptor, but at the same time keep finding a sweet spot where we maximise its use. And that's the work that we're doing collaboratively with Watercare. So we're doing work in Point Chev at the moment, and that work has been done in stages. The first stage was delivered through Healthy Waters, the second stage was delivered through Auckland Transport Contracts, and the third stage will be delivered through Healthy Waters, and the stage 2, which is 5 million of work with AT, is nearing completion at the moment, and we're then going into the next stage, which is in design at the moment. So it'd be good, I think, at some stage maybe for the committee to arrange for a site visit to come out and look at some of this work, because I think I'll give you a good feel for the type of issues that are involved, because it is quite invasive in terms of the impact it does have on local communities, and I think it's important to understand that. Unlike a tunnelling process where it tends to be less invasive, in order to do separation projects, it does involve a lot of transactions with individual property owners and the like. It's just the nature of the beast. We've also got a big separation project underway in Oakley Creek in Waterview, and we've got that construction work of stage 1 is just underway at the moment, and that's planned to be completed by April 2025, and then we've got a number of other stages that are going to happen in Waterview over the next 7 or 8 years. And look, the only way to do separation in these communities is to actually just do it a bite at a time, rather than dig up a whole lot of different areas and try to do a whole lot of work at once. You're far better off concentrating on a small area, doing it, getting in, doing it properly, moving out of that area. Otherwise, it's just going to cause too much widespread community disruption. So we're very mindful of trying to deliver it in a targeted way. Just something a little bit different. Strictly speaking, it's not infrastructure, but I think it's a great example of where technology is taking us. In the Aotearoa catchment, otherwise known as Slippery Creek, between Papakura and Drury, we're actually doing a lot of work with Ngāti Tamaho around cultural health indicators, and that's in partnership with both Ngāti Tamaho and Te Ahi Wari. And we do a thing called environmental DNA, and the beauty of environmental DNA, it gives us a really good indication of the health of the stream and the amount of biodiversity that's occurring in the stream. And I think that's a great example where we can bring both Western science and Te Ao Māori view together, because our vision in Healthy Waters in the future is we'll actually develop a new language which isn't scientific, which isn't Te Ao Māori, but is a combination of the best of both. Because I think that's the way we need to look at things, not through two different views, but actually through one new view. And that's the way that we're trying to rock and roll in that space. We've also got some significant culvert upgrades underway at the moment. So in the at Greville Road, where the off-ramp to the motorway is, we're actually putting in a major culvert replacement at the moment. That's about a $20 million project, and that's about 80% complete, so about 2 months away from completion. So that was a major risk that was sitting on our book, because if that culvert had failed, that would have caused such massive disruption to traffic on the North Shore. We've also got a very significant project underway at Pairata Road with a big culvert upgrade there, and that's a $15 million project, about 40% complete at the moment, with an August 2025 completion date. And I once again just want to acknowledge the great relationship we've got working with AT on these projects, because without that relationship, things just wouldn't work well. In terms of the work we do with communities, we've got a big stream enhancement program underway in Te Muri Regional Park, and that was funded through the Maharangi Land Restoration Program, which has a lot of support from MFE and central government. And so that's been a great example of a partnership with the local community and with iwi Māori. We're also involved in a really cool project in Mount Roskill. Between Keithhay Park and the Molly Green Reserve is I think it's called McKinnon Road? McKinnon Drive. So we're actually going to take the opportunity to form a new blue-green link between those two parks, because a lot of those properties are Cat 3 properties that have been removed, and KO is contributing the land, and Healthy Waters will be doing the infrastructure investment. So we'll have a lovely new waterway that we're creating, which will provide connectivity, allow a lot more connectivity through that whole area. So I think that's a great project and a great example of working collaboratively with KO, and that's an $8 million investment for that program of work. And the other thing just quickly wanted to touch on, you don't often associate dams and healthy waters, but we actually have a number of areas where we are effectively creating flood retention structures, and so they're actually dams, but only temporary dams that occur in heavy rainfall. But obviously the risk is the same as if the dam was full of water the whole time. So we've got a big project underway at East Tamaki at the moment, an $18 million project to strengthen that dam, but we're actually being held up by Waikato Regional Council at the moment. Because the decision was taken a few years ago to contract out the consenting to Waikato Regional Council because of the experience they had with consenting all of the electricity dams, and also that they had a number of specialist staff working for them. But now that a lot of those staff have actually left Waikato Regional Council, there may be an opportunity for where the council wants to bring some of this work back in-house, because at the moment it's been consulted, it goes out to consultants anyway, so we're probably paying a margin to run it through Waikato Regional Council. So that's an opportunity we've identified, because it has been a bit of a cause of frustration when we just want to get on and get this dam sorted out. And that's pretty much all I just wanted to say. That's a photo that may be familiar to some of you. So that's our Clinker Place stormwater project, and the kids got to name the TBM. And I think it's one of the best named TBMs in the world. It's called Princess Twilight Superworm. Kia ora. Happy to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Thanks, Craig. Daniel online. Hang on, let's move it. Someone move it. Thanks, Leslie. Second. Thanks, Richard. Okay, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Craig, for the great work you've reflected on Slippery Creek. I did want to just acknowledge the agreement with the developers on the modelling for the stormwater overflow, overland flow within the Slippery Creek catchment for Belfield. That was good that was being resolved. But what I wanted to ask you, I'm very pleased with Healthy Waters' work at the Blackgate Reserve in Weymouth. It's been superb to see that transformation. Craig, how difficult is it to get consenting for new works beyond renewals for urban streams restoration work? I think this work is really transformational. I think it's outstanding. I'd like to see how that can be progressed. I wouldn't want to see that kind of work constrained because of challenges with respect to consenting for obviously these sensitive areas, but these areas which are significantly improved because of the work that eventually gets consented to take place. So what's the challenge for getting those consents for that work?
Look, I think there's an opportunity to look at the way we go about the consenting project. Like, we've got a regional consent now to do all fish passage work in the region, and I think if we can turn our mind to all the work that needs to occur both within urban and rural streams, to be quite honest, my personal view is that it lends itself to some form of regional consenting process where we go through a full consultation, we get a consent, but having got the consent, then it's more a matter of just determining an appropriate set of conditions, but the actual right to do the work is actually through the regional consent process. So that's something, an opportunity that we're currently looking at in Healthy Waters at the moment. Kia ora.
And just to follow up, because that leads on to my next question, what would be the time frame for that? Because I think an approach with one regional consent for an urban streams program could really allow us to kick on with getting these projects done, effectively treating them like a renewal. we just move on to the next one, the next one, the next one. But what's the time frame for work within Healthy Waters?
Oh, look, we're just working through the detail at the moment. I think if we're going to be successful in delivering our Making Space for Water objectives over the next 10 years, we have to do our consenting differently, because at the moment it takes a good 2 years to get a consent. And that time, really, if we're going to meet some of the requirements of central government around their anticipation around pace, I don't think that timing is going to work for us. And so collectively as an organisation, I think we have to look at, have a conversation around how we can do things smarter, but still provide for the right degree of public input into the process. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Daniel. Julie.
Thank you, and great to see some photos from Mairohe and projects mentioned there. And for those who don't already know, the McKinnon project is just at the bottom of the street from my house. Molly Green's just at the bottom of the street, so really wonderful to see that underway. I wondered if you could talk a little bit, Craig, if you don't mind, about the involvement of local boards in some of these projects. I know that the local board I was on was very involved with the Molly Green link through to Keithay Park, but perhaps if you could expand a little bit on that. And then I've got one other question. Thanks, Chair.
So when I referred to the partnerships with the community, I'm really, in that context, to me, the local boards become the advocate for the community. And so we are really working very closely with all local boards around activities in each of the local board areas, because getting that local board support right from the beginning makes such a huge difference to how well we can then get on and deliver the outcome. So I think it's an area where, to be honest, we've improved substantially over the last few years with the way that we actually bring the local board view at the table right from the beginning as one of, effectively as one of our partners.
Kia ora, and I want to acknowledge the way that you've championed that within the organisation as well, going right back to the Te Aonga project some years ago, 6 years ago now, I think. Probably more than that, actually. Anyway, the other question I had, so in the conversation about the stormwater separation, one of the things that has come up for particularly in Point Chev is the impact on businesses. And at the moment, we don't have a legal framework that allows for any compensation. And it's the same with, in that case, there's an Auckland Transport project there as well. So it's complicated. But I just wondered if you were aware of any work thinking about how do we make visible the impact of these kinds of projects on businesses, and then think about how we can take that into account in the future. It's something I'm going to do some more work on, but I'm just interested in it from a Healthy Waters perspective as well as AT. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I think it's something as a group that we need to look at in a collective sense, because it's AT, it's also work that's being done by other parties, it's Watercare, it's ourselves, it's certainly other contractors as well doing work in the road space. So I don't have a magic solution, but I think for a starting, we need to get all the parties around the table, including, because it may require some amendments to legislation or whatever, and so it needs a multi-party conversation to kick the thing off, in my opinion. Kia ora.
Thanks, Craig. And just to acknowledge too that I think we need to be really clear that it will only be projects above a certain scale of impact. Like, we're not talking about compensation for every little, pothole that gets filled or raised crossing that gets built. We're talking about the ones that have a longevity to them. Thanks.
Thanks, Julie. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Well done, Craig. I think Princess Twilight Superworm is an outstanding name.
Next grandchild.
Well, hopefully there won't be a next grandchild, actually, if you ask my kids, but that's another story. Too much information. I've just lost my train of thought. Sorry. So, going back to the consenting, you talked about the consenting for the dam that has gone to Waikato District. Is there anything that we can do to help potentially bring that back here and get it done faster to help you?
Look, I'll be having a conversation with I can't actually recall the process for the decision to go out to the council in the first place. I think it might have been because Watercare has a number of dams that are already in the Waikato District area, And they did have a lot of staff who were actually on board that were actually dam specialists, but over time, with the way the consulting industry's developed in New Zealand, they've all moved off into, and those sorts of people, by the way, are highly, a lot of them have a strong geotech backgrounds as well, so with all of the drama around the country at the moment, those types of resources are in great demand. It just occurs to me, if we're going to contract out, if it's going to be contracted out to consultants anyway, we might as well just do it directly ourselves and avoid paying a margin on a margin. That was my only...
So putting my value for money hat on, I think we should
and that's really where I'm coming from too. I just think it's potentially just a cost-saving initiative that we could potentially look at. Don't have all the information. It's just a little bit speculative at the moment, but I think it's certainly worth considering.
Well, let's put it on the table and consider it. Thanks. Look, my next question is a hard one, but we get it all the time. You know, people say when it rains and the drains, you know, fill up and cause some flooding. If only council would, you know, clear the drains, you wouldn't have the flooding. How do you help us deal with that layman's question to a very complex, with a complex answer? But that isn't complex.
It's an extraordinarily complicated question, and the reason why it's extraordinarily complicated is that in our greenfield areas, all our new pipes are designed for what's called a 10-year return period. But in the old traditional brownfield areas, a lot of the pipes have only been sized probably for a 2-year return period. But the cost of upgrading from a 2-year to a 10-year across the region, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars. And so whatever process we apply has got to be some logical risk-based approach. And this conversation is actually going to crop up soon when you start having a conversation around contributions under the development contributions, because we've got to map out a future investment program. It even gets more complicated than that, because it's one thing having pipes available, but if there's a blockage in the pipe, and that can be caused by something as simple as a cesspit that's sealed off with leaves, or things can happen in the network where from streams connecting into pipes you get inlets, blockages, etc. That only exacerbates the problem. And so the whole idea of what we're trying to do at the moment is to put in place a risk-based approach where we tackle the highest risk areas and focus on those. Because the point of, we've got so many thousands of kilometres of pipes as well as all of the thousands of kilometres of waterways. It's just not, it's inconceivable that you can go out and micromanage all of those assets. And so we have to, and I think we just need to be totally transparent with the community about what we can and can't do. And this is where there is a degree of self-help that comes into the equation as well. So they're challenging issues. I don't have any magic answer, but the only way I can see to deal with it is being as open and honest with the community as we possibly can. And we are constrained with the amount of money that we can spend. And so we've got to think very carefully about how we go about that process as well.
Gee, I just hope our good friends in the media can pick that up, because it is a common question, and people just need to know that we can't do everything overnight, and there is limited money. So I thought your answer was really good, Craig.
Yeah, and we do have a bit of opportunity. Like, we've got a big program that we're about to launch through the libraries now around improving the visibility around stormwater resilience and how communities can do more to support each other. So I'm going to be on Radio New Zealand next week, and I think it's a morning. What's the program on at 9 in the morning? I can't. Anyway, is that morning report?
9 to noon.
9 to noon. So I'm going to be on 9 to noon next week talking about this very issue, because I think it's a real opportunity to have. This is where this whole community engagement piece and getting as much information out into the community in plain, simple language. So we're trying really hard to create graphics and sort of cartoonising things in a way that people can actually understand what we're talking about, because traditionally a lot of the stuff has been put in language that no one understands. And you know, I talk about a 10-year return period. Well, that immediately turns people off, because no one would have any idea what the heck you're talking about. So we've just got to language it in a way that people understand.
You should explain it right now.
A 10-year return period. Well, technically a 10-year. Technically, it's what happens on average once every 10 years. But the problem with a 10-year event, you get through them next week. And then the question is, with climate change, it's probably not a 10-year event anymore anyway. It's probably a 5-year event, because the weather's getting worse and not better. So immediately you confuse yourself. So in my view, we need to talk about small storms, medium-sized storms and big storms or something. We've got to come up with a language that people can relate to. Otherwise, we're just going to lose everyone.
Cool, thank you. Improving how we tell our story. Now, there's a good concept. Alf.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to supplementary to the Deputy Mayor. Barry, can we be assured that the issues that Craig has raised is going to be followed up? I know it was good to ask his advice about what we could do around the consenting process, but I think it's important that, from my perspective anyway, and people around this table, that it is going to be picked up, because it is definitely an issue that needs to be addressed. So I just want to make sure that that is going to be picked up from yourself, and then something come back to the committee around what we will be doing. Kia ora, Chair, that's really the only thing. And Craig, just again, with all the mahi that you do, and it has been recognised. Kia ora.
Thanks, Alf. Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with all due respect to Deputy Mayor and Mr. McElroy, I just want to challenge what we're actually delivering. You know, you talk about the minutiae. You know, a jumper is actually millions of stitches, and each stitch is important. And I'm thinking now of a phone call I had just last night from a drain layer, where they've been told to add into a wastewater system. However, the wastewater system is overflowing at the manhole. They've engaged with Healthy Waters to come and have a look. The pipe's blocked. It's only 25 metres to the discharge into public property. The first contractor turns up and with a shovel and opens the end of the drain when he was told the problem's in the drain because it's already been cameraed. Then council turns up with a vacuum evacuator truck, sucks the drain out, which is full of water because it's blocked, and they know that, and then says our truck's full, we can't do any more, and leaves. And then Healthy Waters tells the owner and the contractor, this is not our problem, we've had a look. What I'm just trying to put out here is that we sit at this table with all this high vision, as we talk about, whatever it is, but down on the ground, what I heard you say, tell me if I'm wrong, is we're stepping over the minutiae that our whole process is supposed to be able to deal with.
With all due respect, Councillor Turner, that's not the case. So we've got a team that focuses on helping resolve network issues. Now that team works absolutely hand in hand with Watercare, because so often, until you actually get out there and do the diagnostics, it's impossible to determine, is this a wastewater problem? Is this a stormwater problem? It might be a combined area, it might be a separate area. The wastewater might be flowing into the stormwater, etc., etc. And so we do an awful lot of work collaboratively, working between both the organisations, addressing these individual situations, because at the end of the day, when we get a request for service, quite often it'll go to either one organisation or the other, and invariably it involves a joined up approach between the two organisations. Now, there might be at times when we don't get it 100% right, and I have to acknowledge that, but it's not fair to say that we don't take those particular specific issues seriously. We've got a team that's dedicated to actually focus on exactly those types of situations.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to say it's not taken seriously. Probably that's how it came across. I'm just trying to say that it's not happening on the ground. The one thing I'd just like to add to that is the practicing drain layer or practitioner they're already constrained by a whole lot of rules they have to apply and adhere to on behalf of ourselves, etc. And I just want to eventually investigate how there seems to be a disconnect between that relationship.
Look, on that specific one, if you can maybe just forward me the information, I'm very happy to look into it.
Richard.
Thanks, Chair. Just two questions. One is on Ken's point. And I guess, how do we get some of that maybe in a local level to local boards? Because I know there is something like 320 catch pits that your team focus on before a storm event, but you couldn't do all 99,000 catch pits before a storm event across Auckland because our rates would be 7 times the cost. So how do we get that information out, and I guess that 1 in 10, so that's like a 10% chance. Our rain events are much larger than that, but how are we telling people it's not that little handful of leaves that caused the flood? It's the fact the pipes are full of water.
I mean, where this is all heading to my mind, is that we probably need to put more resource and effort into, and it's really probably linked to what the Mayor was talking about before, isn't it? The whole way that we communicate and engage with our communities. The focus has always been on the hard infrastructure side of things, but particularly in the healthy water space that we're operating in. And it might sound a bit trite to say it, but that relationship with the community and getting is actually the only way we're going to be successful at working through, because each area's got their own individual problems that are really important to them. But it's so hard when you're dealing with such a big region with so many of these individual hotspots. And so we have to come up with a better way of how we allocate resources and work through these individual issues.
Okay. And last question, and I'll ask the same of Auckland Transport, because I know that some of your team in Auckland Transport were at the World Green Infrastructure Conference the last 2 days. I was there, it was phenomenal, but I'm still unsure how we link, apart from these mega projects, how do we get more green infrastructure? Because watching the internationals present, to us, it does feel like we are well behind, and part of that is that it doesn't happen automatically, to reduce heat, to reduce stormwater overflows, to get the greening of our infrastructure. And I know part of it's the RMA and government wanting to add costs, but how do we get that sort of stuff happen faster without these big making space for water projects being the only thing?
Well, I think when you look at, you're actually looking at the whole development world, and so if we haven't got some work happening between the public and the private sector, this isn't going to happen. And I think one of the difficulties we've got at the moment when we look at some of this work, if you're taking a really hard-nosed approach around delivering outcomes to the lowest cost in order to deliver an outcome, you probably wouldn't deliver some of these green infrastructure solutions, because the cost-benefit analysis has to take into account in a different way how you value the external environment. And I think this is where we run into strife, because the whole way we measure success and what success looks like, you almost need to change your currency of how you view decision making. If you're going to deliver some of these outcomes and they're going to follow a normal procurement process, which would be the best cost benefit ratio, I think the issue we've got at the moment is that we undervalue the benefit of some of the assets that we're creating from a wider community health perspective. And I'm talking now about health in the wider sense. Yeah. Because there's no doubt about it, when we're successful and do a project and the way the community values it, I think we don't fully account for that in the way that we do our work. Now, this is a brief conversation I've had with the council economist, and I think he would agree with me, because if we don't start from that fundamental starting point of the business case and how we do a cost-benefit analysis, we're not going to necessarily get to what we believe to be the right long-term answer. And in these current economic times, of course, there's such a focus on low-cost outcomes because everyone's short of cash, but probably that's to the detriment of what the long-term needs are probably going to be. These are challenging issues, but we do have to start to put our mind to them, I think.
Cool. Thank you, Craig. You can wander back. Any discussion on this? Ken?
I listen to all this stuff and I try to equate it to what I see on the ground with a shovel in your hand rather than a pen on your hand and a keyboard in front of you. And I listened to those comments about a cost-benefit analysis, but I think we have to try to extract some of our considerations. You know, we have to identify our principal considerations, which is water not being in your lounge, and how do you do it quickly and efficiently and cost effectively. I listen to what is said and I think, yeah, that's right, but I still can't equate it to what the people are telling me on the streets, which is the drain's blocked, and if the drain wasn't blocked, I wouldn't be flooding all the time. I have people say to me, yes, it was a flood. You can't, it was a flood today, Ken, and floods are going to happen. But the frequency of the events they are experiencing, they are equating, and I think rightly so, in part, to our infrastructure being substandard, under-maintained, or overwhelmed by our own planning exercises, not Mother Nature. So I just want to try to bring to the table the consideration of the reality or the observations of the people which they consider their reality. And I agree with it. I don't know how else to explain myself, but I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments? None. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thanks, team. We're going to break for lunch for half an hour. Sorry, AT. But we've got two transport items after lunch. And so quarter past will be fine. Rush out, grab yourself something, come back. Thanks, team. We're a couple of minutes late, thanks, Alf. I was eating fruit. I was just contributing to my 5+ a day. Okay, so next up is the Auckland Transport Q4 performance report. Claire's going to lead off, and I think Dean's here to answer any questions. Hello, Claire.
Tēnā koutou katoa. So this report is AT's fourth quarter performance report through to June the 30th, 2024, and it considers the key issues and risks that have been highlighted in the report. As the Chair has mentioned, Dean is here today to answer any questions. Look, positively, Auckland Transport's performance has improved against the performance measure targets specified in the SOI. This includes improvement in public transport, punctuality, public transport passenger boardings, customer satisfaction with passenger transport, and deaths and serious injuries. AT has met or exceeded 18 of its 19 performance targets, and to put that into context, last year, which was a year where we had multiple weather events and post-COVID, AT in that year met 13 of its performance measures or exceeded 13 of them, and 16 were below target. So it does show a demonstrated improvement from last year. They are completed or are on track to complete 66 of the 72 deliverables for this period, and they've delivered 99% of their capital budget. There are a number of highlights mentioned in the fourth quarter report, and I'm sure that Dean will elaborate on those shortly. The one SOI measure target that was not met relates to trust and confidence of customers and communities, with the result of 29% against a 30% target. And this is an area, of course, that the Council and AT are very focused on. Under the Local Government Act, Auckland Transport is also required to report against an additional 5 measures required by the Department of Internal Affairs. And 4 of these measures are also that they're required to report on are in the Council's long-term plan. Just to note, one of these measures does have 2 targets, and that's why the reporting, there's a footnote in the report that outlines that. So in total, AT has exceeded or met targets for 6 out of 9 of these measures. The additional targets that were not met relate to road maintenance standards, the condition of road assets, and pedestrian delays at signalised intersections. And as we've noted in the report, there was no commentary provided on this, and we have recommended that AT provide some update on that to this committee. So excluding depreciation, the net operating surplus is 40 million, which is 33 million favourable to budget, and that's mainly due to the strong bus patronage, additional NZTA funding for extreme weather remediation costs and cost savings across the business. So that's just an outline of the fourth quarterly report and some of the key facts and figures. Thank you. Happy.
Wrong button. Thank you, Claire. Yep, Dean, come on up. Welcome. And Mark. See you.
And good afternoon, councillors. It's great to be here. Just picking up on where Claire left off. Sorry, that didn't come out right, did it? Where Claire left off. I think Auckland Transport's got a lot to be proud of. You don't lift performance from last year to this year without a huge amount of effort from the team. And you don't get there without the support that we've had through funding from you as a council. So can I acknowledge that just that combined emphasis and the accountability that comes with public funding and the expectations of Aucklanders we've deeply taken on board. Interestingly enough, as I look across it, in terms of performance against capital budget, we're consistently one of the highest performing capital delivery agencies in New Zealand. We don't understand that. We as well, or celebrate that as much as maybe what we could. The other question that always follows on that, well, you might be spending the money, but are you delivering the value? And we also test that. We don't have a quantitative measure for it yet. We've committed to do that in this year's SOI, but we will have one The qualitative assessment, though, for I would say 70 to 80% of our delivery program, we are absolutely on program and scope and cost. The 20% is the smaller projects, which are very hard to measure against. But we will develop a measure that's consistent across the council family to demonstrate value for money. Auckland Transport is also using the highest number of electric buses in its fleet of any Australasian city. So our commitment to emissions reduction, our commitment to decarbonising remains an important part of what we do. We lifted patronage significantly and we've got strong targets ahead. You asked us to improve maintenance across our roads so that we had better outcomes for the users of those roads and protect the asset investment we'd originally made. And we have delivered on that, if not slightly ahead of what we committed to. So there's a lot of good news in that report. 18 of the 19 objectives. The one that we are disappointed in, and quite rightly so, as a U, is we missed out on trust and confidence. We had a score of 29 against 30, 1%. Still not good enough, because I want 30 to be higher. Sadly, it went further back over the month of July to 26. So we know that we've got work to do, and we understand where some of those pressures are on our reputation, trust and confidence. We are focused on those, some we directly control and some we influence, but we will unpack that and we will keep you across it, okay? I am more than happy to take questions on the report, and I'm sure that you've got some. I've also got Mark here to join me. I don't know everything about everything, so when it comes to things like some of the finances and investment elements, between Mark and I, we will cover that off. But I do have a favour beforehand. I've got a picture I'd like to put up because Stacey Vanderputten gives her apologies, and I'll give you the reason why. There you have, she's down at the port, and there we have today arriving some of our new carriages for City Rail Link. And I thought this is an awesome photo, not of only Stacey. It does make that carriage look very small, but our carriages are now... yes, I understand that you were gifted a bus as well, but I think your train's bigger than your bus. Okay, well, it's all a matter of perspective. Sorry, that was a total distraction, but what a great celebration, okay? And I'm pleased that we're able to share that. Stacey gives her apologies, good reasons for doing so. More than happy to take questions across anything on that quarterly report.
Thank you, Dean. Ken.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to this financial performance, and I was just reading on page 66 that direct revenue 23 million, favourable to budget, blah blah blah, and it was about New Zealand transport funding, and it said here operating funding for extreme weather remediation costs and higher PT patronage. We've got this problem in our road corridor where we've got these repairs where people are in no man's land, where we're looking for Auckland Transport says they've got no funding to help in this area, and yet we've got some excesses here which are favourable to budget. I had it written down there. 33 million overall, that 23 million I just spoke about. Why can't how much of that is being delivered to the extreme weather recovery remediation, and where is it being delivered to?
Some of those numbers got quite confusing, so we're trying to stand back from what was the government substantially funded the flood recovery. Some of it was OPEX, some of it was CAPEX. So how it shows up from a funding line kind of distorts the P&L slightly. But I guess if you stand right back, the flood recovery, we're actually ahead of where we thought would be. We're actually going to pull as much as we can forward into this year because it was supposed to take another sort of 18, 24 months. We think we can actually substantially complete the rest of that work in the coming 12 months. And the money is sitting there essentially, and Crown Infrastructure Partners wants to get it out the door as fast as they can. So as fast as we can remediate, we'll access that government funding.
So if I'm right, when we had that first recovery and the deal was all set up, there was 143 million by memory that was specifically ear tagged for Auckland Transport over and above the other monies for your recovery issues. Is this 23 million talked about here, or whatever part of it relates to the remediation, extreme weather remediation? Is that in excess of that money or part of that money?
I'd say it's more of it's part of that money. It's timing difference. We spent more of it quicker than we thought.
So again, I go back to the 84 people that I know of that Auckland Transport has in their numbers that are locked in this limbo of the side on that no man's land in the road reserve. We've asked questions in meetings about being able to not have to pay for their applications to work in that area, not have to pay for their design work and all that sort of stuff. Are we able to satisfy that in some way? Where are we going? Where's that money where's it going if it's not going to those people?
This is the one time that I would have loved Murray Burt to be here to answer those questions. I'm sorry, I can't. Murray's not here because you've got a very important Central City Advisory Group meeting right now. So I said, Murray, go to that. And if there are detailed questions that you can answer, we would come back to you. So look, Councillor, I don't have the answer on that. I could provide you a principled one, but I don't think that's going to be helpful. Can we come back to you on that? And we would join up with the council response, because we've been working together to ensure that you understand how we are supporting people that are caught in limbo and how we are getting back to them as fast as we can to create certainty.
Yeah, that would be very.
I just don't have the answer.
That would be very good, thank you, because I'm trying to develop a notice of motion to help us. None of these people have got a firm stick in the mud. It's 18 months in, and it's all still pretty wishy-washy, including, let's talk about it offline. So I'm really looking forward to firming this up. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Alf?
Chair, I will second if you're moving them to receive this report.
It's a very good idea. Let's do that.
Thank you. And my question is, you mentioned 29 of 30. Just clarify the 29, 31% you mentioned. What is that indication?
Thank you for that. So we have we survey confidence of Auckland is using the transport system. It's a trust and confidence measure, and it relates to do we listen and understand. And our target for last year was 30%. Now, what does 30% mean? 30% means that 30% of all respondents score us 8 out of 10 or higher. And if I've got that wrong, Kirstine Jones is in the back of this room and will be able to provide for a more correct update. But we scored 29 instead of achieving our 30. This year we're committing to a target of 33%. Okay, so it's just our way of measuring where do people sit in that continuum to dissatisfied, neutral, satisfied, very satisfied. And we've set a target that looks at the very satisfied, and that's what the 30% target was, and we got to 29 on it. Does that help? On an 8 out of 10
No, it does, and just a supplementary, Chair, it does. Using that particular scale, knowing that there is talk around getting rid of Auckland Transport, the morale at Auckland Transport, using that scale, what would that be? 5% or even less around possibly the press release? I just wanted to sort of, that may be a political question, Chair, so I just wanted to put it to you because I wanted to use that scale in regards to that, because it's just so important in regards to morale. That's the point I'm asking that particular part. I'll be led by you, Chair, but I just wanted to sort of put that out there.
I mean, it's a fairly leading question, and you should know better from your days in the police about asking leading questions. But you don't have to ask, I mean, Dean, you don't have to answer that if you feel that it's, you know, puts you in a tricky situation.
I'll answer it this way. There are things we control and things we can't control, okay? My focus in this organisation is delivery against the things that we can control, okay? And if we get that right, then I think these other things will resolve themselves. But of course, you know, when there's a rail infrastructure failure or there is these other things happening, whether it's in the media or it's politically, you know, even the bill around dissolving, I'm not sure whether that's quite the right word, but the draft bill from Winston Peters and New Zealand First, of course that has effect on staff morale, and it also has effect on people's perceptions of an organisation that is actually doing well. So yes, it is in the mix, but I wouldn't want to put a percentage on it, but our focus is simply to deliver as superbly as we can. And if we get that right, then the other things will follow.
Yeah, Chair, I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Alf, and thanks, Dean. Angela.
Thanks, Andy, Chair. Dean, congratulations on your permanent appointment. Further congratulations to you and your team on your results. Really well done. Thank you. A bouquet. Elected members' email that we use, I've been getting some really efficient responses and have been helpful. So that is being very helpful for me, actually. So a bouquet for the people that are working in there. I think it's usually just a few people that I get responses from, so they're doing a good job. My question is around GSI. Specifically, what we've been given previously is some pretty good evidence as to why we would use speed calming and specifically raised tables. We also have some pretty good results where DSI has been reduced where these have been implemented. And I'm wondering the flexibility that Auckland Transport might have now that there has been a change of policy, and I'll put it in the context of a project that is underway that is introducing new crossings on some pretty busy roads that do not have raised tables. I believe that Auckland Transport probably thinks that raised tables would be a better idea, but because the policy has changed, we're not going to use them. We're going to use other things like driver feedback signs and maybe AI intelligence. Do we have the flexibility, or is the policy changed from central government about no raised tables just mean no raised tables despite the evidence we have around it reducing DSI?
Good question as well. I think I've had two good questions from the left of the chamber. Sorry. This is going to be a long day. Sorry. From that side, sorry. That was terrible. Sorry.
You'll need some scripting for your answer.
No, that could get worse, so I won't. So my challenge to myself and to the Auckland Transport, thanks, I need water, the Auckland Transport team is we need to take a safe system approach. And so when we look at where we need traffic calming or there is an intervention required, the question is, what is the right intervention? And it's not always a raised pedestrian platform. It could be these other things. It could be a signalised pedestrian intersection. It could be your traditional zebra crossing, well lit. That could be, rather than a vertical device, it could be a horizontal one. How do you take people through? Or it could be a median, raised median curve. So the challenge is, what is the right thing to do given what the information is that we have, and then resolve how it's funded. So I've tried to differentiate funding from what the right thing to do is, okay? What I think we got caught in before is that the funding policy that previously existed made it very easy to get money for raised pedestrian tables, and they weren't required in all instances, but the funding leads you that way. So you will see a shift, but our commitment to delivering safe outcomes for users of the road network, including pedestrians and cyclists, but also drivers, remains exactly the same. So that's a principled answer to you, but it is how we have to approach it. And when it comes to local interventions like signalised intersections, or where it's safety related, raised pedestrian tables, we've set an internal expectation. There's got to be a safety case for it. The local board has to resolve or write to us and confirm they want it, and we need community support for it. We'll never get unanimous community support, because there's always those for and against, like many projects. But if we've got those three things and it's able to be funded, then that's what we will do. We've got instances right now where we've got MPs from the coalition alongside local boards and communities advocating for raised pedestrian tables. So we know that people want this, and that's okay. That's good. And we will still do those interventions, but it's got to meet those criteria.
The project that I'm working on, the response was that it was about the policy. So I just hope that we're making the right decision in that particular instance. The second question I have is around the climate change and sustainability. I just wanted to get Auckland Transport's understanding. So what I've heard is that Auckland Transport believe that we are giving them too many confusing messages, and I can completely understand why. And that the TURP is an unfunded mandate. From my perspective, the TURP delivers on the outcomes of the Climate Action Plan, and the TURP is a directional document. How it is funded is through the LTP, the RLTP, ATAP, and other tools such as the Climate Action Targeted Rate. So the Climate Action Targeted Rate absolutely delivers on the TURP. In and of itself, it's not funded, but it tells us how we're going to get to those end games. How difficult is it for Auckland Transport to be able to get to the end of those aspirations, or those targets actually, when you get letters of expectation that are not aligned with that, and when you get a policy direction by central government that is not aligned with it either, and that you actually have to build an RLTP that meets the NZTA funding requirements, which is completely against what the TURP might deliver. So what I'm trying to get at is that the TURP offers direction how we get somewhere. In and of itself, it's not funded, because we have all these other tools that fund it.
Auckland Transport remains committed to decarbonising and reducing emissions. So that hasn't changed, and that's captured in the emission reduction plan at the government level, which is being revised, and our own transport emissions reduction plan. How we get there and how quickly we get there and the route that we take is in function of what is funded. So I think with that in mind, we can keep an aspiration as a direction, but if we've got this disconnect between our aspiration and what we're funding, then I think that's a question I need to push back to you as a council. I think you need to reflect on what is it that you actually want. How quickly do you want to get there? I think it is a discussion that we need to bring back to you and challenge the TURP settings and objectives and how you implement them. So I'm going to put it back to this chamber, and that would be a very important conversation for us to have in a leadership sense. I'm not resiling from what we're trying to achieve. I'm saying how you get there is a very important conversation that needs to be politically led. we will implement.
That is the absolutely right answer, that we need to be able to fund you to deliver through the LTP, but then the RLTP needs to be designed to deliver as well. It does come back to political decision making. If we question the TERP, then we need to go back and look at Te Taraki o Tawhiri. So we start right at the very top. It is a discussion we need to have, I agree with you.
Can I just add to the timing pieces is important, and just a reminder for those that weren't around the table at the time. So TERP requires a 64% reduction in transport emissions in Auckland, including private motor vehicles, by 2030. And that, with the maths we did at the time, that would have required less cars on the road in 2030 than we had during the big COVID lockdown. So that's the size of the emission reduction we're talking. So you're then into a conversation around timing, what's the rate of, because we're committed to decarbonising our own fleet, but it's the real question is at what point do you reduce emissions from private motor vehicles? That's the nub of the conversation that needs to be had.
And I'm not sure which committee it comes back to, but I think we need to get it on the table and have and just thrash it out, because this going around in circles.
And recognising you have significant influence over the rates funded proportion of that, and what you want to achieve as Auckland Council through Auckland Transport, and you have an influence relationship with the government in terms of what they prioritise from an investment perspective, and to me that's the tension that you're talking about. Yeah.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Shane.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start. I've got a couple of requests for information that might be memoable rather than right now, but just want an update on the national ticketing stuff. We haven't heard about that in a long time, and it's been in the news recently. And the other thing is just your comments around raised speed tables and that kind of checklist that people need to meet those criteria. That'd be great if we got that emailed, because I can send that through to communities and to local boards to say, look, this is what you have to do, because it's not necessarily entirely clear.
Yep, sure. So how about if we can either give an update on our own open loop contactless payments program and how that sits alongside and then integrates with NTS. We'll do that separately. It is a really important discussion. I'm pleased to say we're making very good progress in contactless payments. You will see that, no announcement today, but you will see that, okay, coming. And we'll talk about its relationship with NTS. In terms of criteria for raised pedestrian tables, they're very simply just what I've said, but I'll drop that note to you. And remember, there's a caveat in all of this. It might meet all those other tests, safety case, local board, community support, but we can only roll them out at the rate that we're funded to roll them out to. Yeah.
A couple more questions, Chair, thank you. The first one's I think, quite broad, but this meeting is the first since the NLTP announcement on Monday. I got asked by the media this morning, does the NLTP announced on Monday change our focus? So does it change AT's focus, and if so, how?
Yeah, I'm going to invite Mark to talk about that. Interesting question, does it change our focus? It doesn't change our direction. It will influence the speed that we get there or the journey that we take, but the GPS is entirely at the discretion of the government of the day. They've chosen what they want taxpayer funds to contribute to, and Auckland Council, with that in mind now, Mark will talk about it in a little bit more detail, we have to then work with Auckland Council, in particular their CFO, and look at, well, what do we do with the rates component of that? Okay.
I might just provide you some very brief high-level comments. So just in terms of what is or isn't funded and what we're working through, and then I guess what we'd like to bring back in the conversation have with council. So first of all, PT services, 98% of our base services in the draft LTP are included, and critically that included a forward-looking view of CRL, go live. We added some services back late in the LTP. They're not currently funded. We need to do a separate funding application for that. renewals and maintenance around 80, I think it's about 85% are funded, and bear in mind that's a far larger number than what's been in previous RLTPs over the next 3 years. So we're looking quite good in that space. The bit that then comes out, just for those that aren't familiar with the process, is then we submit an entire list, and it's hundreds of lines of projects into NZTA, and essentially they come back and go, is the project already committed for funding, tick, still gets money. They'll be eligible for funding subject to going through funding application and approval processes within NZTA. And then we get a list of not included in the NLTP, or they're just not on the list. So these are the things that won't be co-funded in the next 3 years. So they might still be in the 10-year period, but do they get funded in the next 3? We're going to do a piece of work in the next week to go through and say, well, what does that practically mean? And critically, what does that mean for the local share component? And then we want to come back to council and have a conversation with you about some choices around what should occur with that.
Yep.
I guess I don't want to preempt anything today, but we're critically doing that work. We'll engage with Ross Tucker and his team, Mayor's Office, etc., the likes of Luke, just trying to get our head around exactly what it means and bring you back some options, but we absolutely want to engage with you on it.
Thank you. I've got 2 more, Chair. Just noting the increase in threats and aggression across the network, can you talk us through bus driver de-escalation training? Does that happen in all cases, and how does that kind of work?
That is a classic Stacey question, but I feel confident enough to give you an answer. Yes, absolutely. Bus driver training and de-escalation does occur. Okay, now whether they, at a personal level under pressure, respond in the way that they're trained to is a separate issue. But the good news is that we have, when we look at violence, threats and aggression across our bus or our public transport network, that is going down, my last take on it, is going down where it's customer to driver. Where we've seen the spike is customer to customer. That's where the issue is.
Thanks. And my last one's a little bit more close to home. The $50 fare cap, absolute roaring success, had some fantastic feedback on that. I've been contacted by a few residents in Hobsonville Point questioning why their ferries are not included but their buses are. Did we price up including the Hobsonville ferry as part of that package, and is that an option in the future?
I'll have to come back to you on that one. I don't know the answer, sorry. Unless Mark does.
We've always excluded the ferries from any sort of fare cap just because they essentially cost more to run.
Yeah.
That's the...
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks, Shane. Daniel, online?
Yes, good afternoon, Dean and Mark. And Dean, congratulations on your appointment. A couple of questions from me following on from your earlier answers. So just going back to DSI, clearly there is a desire to address perceptions of safety near intersections for pedestrians and cyclists. But where your information that Auckland Transport is providing to local boards, and I'll come to the example in my ward shortly, indicates that actually there haven't been the statistics of incidents at intersections that would merit an intervention. I'm presuming that the evidence would lead Auckland Transport to take a position, even if there is a political desire, a desire from some people, whether they be residents or elected members, to push for an outcome which is different from where your evidence-based design would take you. You will have to stick to the evidence, I presume.
Good question, because we've discussed this before. Of course, we look backwards at what the history is at that location, but our design thing also requires us to look forward at what the changing use and volumes and nature of those locations are, intersections included. So it'll be a combination of both. It's not just, we don't need a whole lot of accidents to have happened to drive a change. We can be predictive based on what the change in use might be, so that we can avoid people being injured into the future. So it'll be both and, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I cite the example of the Weymouth roundabout in my ward, where the information you provided to the local board as recently as yesterday was pretty clear in terms of the lack of data looking backwards there. But obviously Auckland Transport is proposing some measures which I presume are justified on your look forward, and that Auckland Transport is working on the basis of what it thinks is the right outcome, balancing out all expectations. So I might comment on that. We'll see how we go.
Okay.
But can I just move forward to, if I may, and possibly it's a question for you, Mark, at page 69 of my report, under issues and risks, it goes down to the fourth bullet point on funding. AT's key funding partners, Auckland Council and NZT, are under significant funding pressure. Obviously, the GPS and the NLTF made announcements. We've had announcements earlier this week which are really declaratory for you. To the peer review, how quickly can Auckland Transport come back to Auckland Council now to say, actually, this is what we expect can be delivered through the NLTF, which we would consider to be a funded mandate. That's what we can confidently move forward on. All of the stuff beyond that is an aspiration which is not funded. And as part of that, can you then ask us to clarify the matter? Because I, like other people perhaps, are rather tired of this conversation whereby we aspire and we seek to send messages to you which are not funded, and I haven't seen a single transport project offered up around this table which is offered up as 100% council funded. If you don't have the funding through the NLTP, it seems to me that we really do need to go back now and rethink what is practical and what is aspirational but not funded. How quickly can Auckland Transport provide that information? Because I think the Mayor does need to give clarity in his direction setting for the forthcoming annual plan.
I'd say a matter of weeks. We're going back to the Auckland Transport Board next week with an initial view of just what it means in the sort of gap, and we're inviting some council staff into that meeting. It's a bit of a discussion workshop with NZTA as well. But off the back of that, what we want to do is work up some options. And if I give you a specific example, some of the network productivity improvement type initiatives that were sitting, and I know these are close to the Mayor's heart, sitting inside of some of our plans in the long-term plan, they might not receive co-funding, but there may be some surplus local share left over from renewals because they're going to be funded 85%, which there may be a choice at this table to actually reallocate that local share into some of those network productivity improvement initiatives. They're the kind of things we want to bring back as trade-offs, because there's choices around that local share, whether it gets spent in the next 3 years or deferred out to the right. But we want to come back and have that meaningful, engaged conversation I'd say in the next month. The thing we haven't landed yet is just when might be an appropriate time. I think it would be through this committee, through a workshop, but we just need to look at some timing on that. But we actually want to lean in and give councillors, the opportunity to have a say in that. Like, if I just give you one other real practical example of something that would really value the councillors' input on road safety, education. So it's not funded in the GPS, but so there'd be a choice around to what extent local share is still spent on providing safety education for teaching kids how to ride bikes. Is that something we'd want to still fund or not? They're the kind of gnarly conversations, but we'd like to come back and have them with you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I reserve my right to speak.
Thanks, Daniel. Wayne?
Got a few questions. We had a presentation at our last meeting by Mike Rudge, Intelligent Transport Systems New Zealand, and it was very compelling as it goes to improving the efficiency of the network, that goes to, frankly, the efficiency of mobility of everything. I've been in cities and experienced this directly, and I know what it's like. So my question goes like this: is it possible to bring a report to us that perhaps outlines a number of the issues, identifies a number of challenges. For example, my understanding is that the New Zealand strategy around ITS ran out in 2018. Now, that's not directly Auckland Transport's responsibility, but there are issues there. Equally, the standards that we've got in New Zealand really don't mesh with overseas standards, so there are barriers to adoption. There are a number of issues. NZTA is just, I think, losing its two key people in this area. That, again, that's not something that we can do anything about, but it may mean that we need to up the game. And I'm just mindful that most of our system is based on SCATs, almost exclusively. We know there are difficulties moving from that, and there may be risks that ATA is concerned about, but at least it would be useful to bite off some locations where you've got multiple intersections and an opportunity to make a change. So my first question is around bringing something back to us that's really driving things in this area so that we're, you know, ahead of the game as best we can be.
Thank you for that. And I know that you've been consistently challenging us in that area. I'm pleased to confirm a few things. We are working with Micrush and will continue to do so. We had a very interesting and informative workshop with our board a couple of weeks ago looking at particularly the use of artificial intelligence across our networks. We agreed out of that we would like to bring a short version of that into this meeting to talk about what are the things that we're thinking about, what are we seeing, and we've got a partnership with HP and Microsoft for some of the work that we do. It's not the only partnership we have, and we've got a very interesting trial that we have got them looking at designing out and implementing for Custom Street where we have significant congestion issues. And we thought it might be really useful to share that with you. In terms of updated digital and ITS strategy work, that is absolutely in our work plan and expectation that we need to deliver on over this year. And we will bring that to you. In general terms, Auckland Transport, though, whether we've updated things or not, is pushing really usefully how we think about digital and technology, and I think we've got good partners in the room to help us go there. And a real working example around digital is our contactless payment systems approach. You know, we will bring that to the people of Auckland after about 18 months of design and build, very cost effectively, and that will bring us into the league where we expect to be alongside Sydney and Brisbane and Melbourne and London and these other places. So that is a working example of all the talk. Okay, so look, always a lot to go on this one too, but that's some feedback, and we'll bring something in this committee this year on how we're using technology to enhance, cost effectively I might add, enhance how we move.
The other question I've got just goes to time of use charging or congestion charging and the like. I would suggest, and I think it's highly likely that it'll be driven by the government, that before we have the adoption of that or anything close to it, we'll probably have a charge per kilometre. That's fundamental because the revenue from fuel tax is in active decline as we get the uptake of EVs. And that change will no doubt impact driver behaviour, conceivably quite considerably. So my question is, doesn't it make sense to start modelling that and looking at that, because it could well be an earlier implementation than congestion charging, or time of use, which might be an overlay. And my other question that goes to time of use charging is like this. Against a background where we don't have adequate public transport delivery in Auckland, will not the adoption of something like that really just spread the peak because we won't get significant numbers of people opting out of vehicles because the PT offering's not there. So we just, in many respects, just worsen the problem. So a couple of related questions. The first one is around whether you're actively looking at the impact of a charge per kilometre, and other countries are moving on that at speed, and secondly, how that impacts on time of use charging and what you might consider there.
So the first one on road user charges, no, we're not actively looking at the cost per kilometre. That's a role for the government, and we will leave it with the government to resolve that, what they want to do. But yes, there's a whole lot of discussion around shifting from applying just a diesel to all of the fleet, and whether it can also be an e-ruck. So the right policy work is taking place. That will continue. The degree to which it overlaps with time of use charging, that will be considered. But look, there is a political reference group on time of use charging. There is some really significant modelling that's been occurring around that. I think we've got a really informed base of knowledge as it relates to time of use. But what is important right now is, whilst we continue to understand how it might apply in Auckland, the government's going through the process of developing its own legislation. It'll bring it to select committee, it'll be available for public submission, and it's their time to lead this, councillor, and it's our time to prepare so that we can make a quality submission and then be ready for implementation. So we're just in that space where the government's leading as they should.
The other question I've got is under climate change and sustainability, and I note that there's a business case that you're writing for electric vehicle projects, commercial model assessment and the like. Is it possible for us to have any oversight over what that's about? And if I just raise one particular issue, there is no question that the easiest thing that can happen through the adoption of intelligent electric vehicles, I mean, some of which have got, say, 9 cameras on board, is that you don't have the accidents. They largely don't occur, and that is the case with, the modern Teslas, for example. So if we're looking at a case for reducing, deaths and serious accidents and like, there's going to be a fundamental shift in the future. So my question is just around this business case and whether it's possible to share what you're doing there, because there are going to be some pretty fundamental outcomes in the near term.
It is a business case we need to work up, but I think it's entirely appropriate. We'll come in and workshop it with councillors. So we'll work with the chair and Barry, and we'll arrange a time where we have that conversation, of course.
Okay, and the last question, Mr. Chair, is really just for confirmation. So we're going to be getting that report on the electric ferries and the cost overruns and the implications sometime in the near future?
I think we're targeting October.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Julie?
Thanks very much. None of my colleagues have asked some of the questions I already had around race crossings, climate stuff, but I still have a couple more, so no worries. I was interested the threats and aggression stuff. I was interested. You said that that seems to be increasing in the passenger space. Did you feel there was any connection though between the trust and confidence issue in AT and some of that aggression that's not passenger to passenger? Do you feel like there might be a link there? Maybe it's something to think about and come back on, because people do see parking wardens in particular. But also bus drivers, train staff, they've got AT livery on them. And I just wondered if there might be a link there that,
There might be, and we've got instances where staff are identified as AT staff and they receive aggression.
Yeah.
But and that is a sad day But equally sad, and by far the largest percentage, is are people out there taking their own anxiety or their own frustration, or it could be alcohol or drug related, whatever it is, they're taking it out on each other. There is racism out there. So look, there's other things going on that are driving that passenger, customer, but yep, we see it with AT staff as well. And I'm not here to why that turns up in the way that it does. I'm not qualified because I haven't talked to the individuals, but my expectation of everybody is actually,
Thank you, driver.
That's not the way to behave.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And my other question is, you've got a bit in there on the temporary traffic management plan work. We had a really good presentation on that some months back, and I'm starting to get quite a lot of questions about, what's happened and what's happening next. I think it'd be really good to start to tell that story. Perhaps maybe next month we need a bit more of an update, how that is all progressing, because it looks like it's going good places. But part of the problem we have is that most of the projects that are literally on the road now were not planned under the new structures that are coming through. So what's the plan around telling some of that good news? Because I think that would help with the trust and confidence stuff.
Agreed. So we will come back. We've got some great ideas, not only about how we want to tell Aucklanders what's happening, but we've got some really good ideas about how much further we can go to reduce the impact of temporary work, whether it's planned or unplanned, whether it's us or a utility or a developer in the road space, and how we can shift this further again using non-legislative tools. So look, there is more to come on this. We're doing some really good thinking. I'm really pleased, but it does require a significant amount of change. So I would welcome the opportunity at the right time to come back and share more, but I'm as frustrated as I am by the number of cones they've got to roll. But having said that, I'd like to see less of them when it matters for people that need to move through a corridor. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's a balance to be struck, right? And I think one of the conversations we need to be having with the community really transparently is the trade-offs. And so, for example, we can close the whole road and do the works a lot faster, but then you won't be able to, get through that road at all for a 6-week period, as opposed to a stop-go that means you can get through, but it takes us longer. Those kinds of trade-off conversations, I think we need to get better at having those talks.
And maybe a discussion with the community around, actually, we can do this over 3 nights.
Yeah, night works is a really big one that's coming up.
So we want to have that conversation with you, because we will need your support if we're going to make the change, reduce the impact.
Yep.
But the impact will play out in a slightly different way. Yep.
Great. Good to hear. Thank you.
Richard? Kia ora, thanks. Chair, first of all, just on the public transport figures, it does seem obvious because there's been so much disruption, but it's on the train network is where we're lagging still. How will we, obviously horrible incident this week, that doesn't count, but what are we doing in that space? How can we get the lag of the whole public transport figure that is largely being dominated by rail? How can we get that back? Are we working with Kiwi Rail hand in hand every day?
Well, that's a millions of dollars question, and it's occupying a lot of conversation. We are very committed, as is Kiwi Rail, to get this more right. The government have supported the key issue with the railway network. It's the challenge on service delivery is that the infrastructure, including signals, hasn't been able to support the use. So we need to get the infrastructure backlog resolved so we get the rail system up to a steady state. There's a lot of effort going in to get that in place and get the services back to where they need to be, service frequency, reliability, punctuality, back in time for CRL go live, okay? And we will be talking more about that once we've resolved and understood what needs to happen on the rail network between now and that go live period. So look, if we can be assured that we're working very closely between the government, council and political leadership, between ourselves and Kiwi Rail, we've got CRL in mind. It is a really significant effort. We do know that our patronage on rail is about 60 to 70% of what it was. It's likely to stay that way until we kick into post-CRL, but then we expect it to really kick on and grow. So there's some pain to go through still, but I believe we've got the right ingredients and the right commitment in the room. We've just got a bit more time needed.
Thank you. On the, and it will just be quick, so the Paris Agreement that was signed up by the last national government and then re-signed up by this national government is an unfunded mandate. It's a target, and then successive governments fund it every year to try and reach the target. Can we please, you know, maybe, obviously it means coming back, but I constantly hear from AT, from others, from certain people who think that climate denial is sexy now, and that's not from AT, but that we have to fully fund a target that's 2030 and 2050. You know, is that your, as the CEO, who you've got climate disclosures legally binding by this government too now, that we all have to do you see the TERP and Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, which are just portions of the Paris Agreement, scientifically based? We don't fund anything we do full. The FDS, the future development, you know, we don't fund everything 100%. We work towards the goal over time. I just want to know where that's getting confused, that we suddenly have to fully fund everything.
So, look, yeah, if I need to clarify the comment ago before, I'm happy to do so. We're not confused about the direction. Okay. That's the first answer. The second answer, which is entirely consistent with the first one, is our ability to fund getting to that destination varies. The speed with which we get, the route we take will vary. But everything that we do, we have that outcome in mind. So it's the materials we use in the road when we're constructing it. It's the vehicles with a low emission or no emission that we purchase. It's the public transport outcome that we're looking to deliver as we make that mode a choice, a preferred choice. It's efficiency down the corridor so that we haven't got cars constantly stopping and sitting there, whether it's temporary traffic work or whether it's intersections that don't operate efficiently. So everything we're doing points in that direction alongside the other things that you've asked us to consider. So no change in direction. All these things add in.
And then the other question is, so obviously the Minister for Transport has said not $1 more on a speed hump, but you've said that's not actually accurate. And the change from a 4.1% spend on walking and cycling, which includes footpaths, which we all use, maintenance and new footpaths, down to 1 point, whatever it is. How do you see that affecting what we can do? Because you well know, you live in the same community as I, one of the main complaints I get is footpaths. You know, upgrade footpaths. So, yep, the cycling seems to trigger people, and that's really important to a lot of people, but footpaths are kind of less political. How are we going to afford the aspirations of Aucklanders when the budget is so dramatically reduced?
Without putting words in the government's mouth, they have said through the National Land Transport Fund what they want the taxpayer dollar to go towards. And so they've been clear on that, and they've put it in some areas and taken it away from others. Around cycling and active modes, around public transport infrastructure will be other examples, low cost, low risk. So they have prioritised what they want the taxpayer dollar to go in. The question for this council is, what do you prioritise your local share to go in? And they're not saying, Auckland Council, you can't spend your money in any particular way you want to. They're saying you'll just need to make those choices, 50-50 or 100% in other areas. So I think it comes down to the local share component. And once again, if something was previously relied on as 50-50 funding and now you have to fund it 50%, then you're going to ostensibly only be able to do half of it. It'll take you longer to achieve. So I think that's the crunchy conversation we will go through once we've got all our thinking around the impact of the NLTP on the funding of the Auckland Transport Program.
Okay, and last question, sorry, Chair. On the safety, so this is a pretty amazing figure, obviously terrible for those who lost their lives and were seriously injured, but to be that far under what we thought we might be at, with the reversals, the blanket reversals that are going to cost us a lot of money, as an entity, are you going to be able to push back and say, look, we're not going to reverse this because we've proved it's saving lives? Because who is it us, is it you, is it the minister that falls down to if we remove or reverse all of those speeds and suddenly people start getting hurt and die at a higher rate? Because I'm still confused at whose decision it is to reverse all of that.
Yeah, this is a tough space, Council. I'm not going to pretend I can answer it. But the government of the day sets the speed rule. They will require us to review those speed rules. And they've set out the criteria by which that review and engagement with communities has to occur. And if this council wants to hold a particular, we'll engage as per the speed rule, of course. And between ourselves and this council, if you've got a view that you want to hold to, then that has to be a really, really important part of it. We remain committed, though, that we want to see that death and serious injury number continue to drop, and we know that speed is a factor. So it is a challenging area. There's going to be a change, but we will look to mitigate that change as much as possible and enhance safety wherever we can.
I think 18 votes to 3 is pretty clear that we do want you to hold the line on that. But anyway,
yeah,
thank you.
I'm not sorry, Councillor. I'm not questioning you holding a line. I'm saying we've got a new set of rules coming in, and we're going to have to work through that with communities. But I was pleased that the Road Transport Committee also approved submission to the Director General of Land Transport for reducing speeds in a whole range of areas across Auckland, where it aligns with this government's policy position, and that's evidence of our commitment to achieving those outcomes.
Thank you. Desley.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dean. Look, I've got quite a specific question, and to be fair, it's with Stacey not here, it's a bit tricky. But I think a number of councillors have mentioned to you the concern that's happening in the crime space with either, as you say, passenger to passenger, whether it's on public transport or on the footpath. And I've had quite a lot happening to those who live, and their young students who live in my ward. There has been a bit of concern that Auckland Transport aren't handing CCTV to police as quickly as they could. And I just wondered if you could give me any update around any changes in direction that you're now giving your team to release that footage as soon as possible. And a follow-up is, are you actually talking to police and ensuring that you're all joined up about what to do in this space when alleged perpetrators use public transport to escape?
Great question, and Stacey would do a better job than me, no question, but I have been talking with her a lot about this issue because it's close to our hearts. A couple of responses. The police, of course, have access to our CCTV, but they have to come through a specific channel to do so. And whenever they do that, we release it. If there is an issue about releasing it, then they're, of course, welcome to contact me if there's some frustration because it hasn't arrived in timely fashion, because that might happen from time to time, but that is the exception, not the rule. And the police are very clear on that, and we work very cooperatively with them.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you there? So what is it? So when they ask, how long does it take you to get it to them?
I don't know off
the
top of my head, but I can come back to you and confirm.
Yeah, because that's the concern, I think. They're the victims are desperate for police to get the footage, and there appears to be quite a long delay, like weeks.
Okay, well, I don't want that either. So there'll be a level of service agreement in there, and let me find out. But if we've, my invitation to you and others, if you're seeing something that's not making sense, usually it's not, please let me or Stacey know in this case. The second point is how do we work with these communities to help support better resolution of crime and violence, threat and aggression in public space, of which transport consumes a lot. There's some really great work happening with Councillor Filipaina out in the south. We're working with police, church groups, community groups, youth workers, Auckland Transport and important others to take a community-based approach. We will take that and replicate that across Auckland. We are turning up at MP-led and council-led community events to talk about it, what our roles are, how we might contribute. The constant challenge, and I have this conversation a lot, is we are here to support safer outcomes, but this is a societal issue that's turning up and behaving in a particular way in public space. We want to be part of the solution. We're helping facilitate that, but we need not you specifically, but we need to help people in this room to be advocates for how we live a little bit more in harmony and a little bit less aggression. There are issues in homes, drugs, alcohol, all of these things occurring that are affecting how people behave and act out. So we're very aware of it. We want to do as much as we can. Absolutely committed.
Okay, any further questions? Just apologies, Dean, if you did cover off on it before, but just those points that were raised by Claire in the report in regards to the not meeting the DIA. Did you cover that off before?
No, I didn't. Thanks for checking in with me. So, look, the only the comment that I want to make at the macro level is that we have our statement of intent, but we also have these DIA and long-term plan measures. The DIA measures are generally speaking national measures. They just want to see what is happening across the system, the transport system, and the long-term plan measures are set every 3 years. So the last lot was set in 21, and we've just reset them for 24 going forward. So long-term plan measures, DIA measures, SOI measures don't always equal each other because they're set in different ways and looking to achieve different understandings. In terms of where we've not achieved some of those DIA measures, I do have a few notes here that I want to touch on. Just want me to quickly flick through them? Would that be helpful? So we've got one here around percentage of signalised intersections in urban centres where pedestrian delays are reduced during the interpeak. So we have been looking to do that, but we haven't quite achieved that measure, and you'll see that there. But the interesting thing is that we're competing with productivity through the corridor from a vehicle transport perspective with reducing the time delay for pedestrians crossing it. The average time between signals on many of our intersections 42 to 45 seconds. Our target's 40. So we have missed it, but we've got dual use there and we're looking to best manage that, but that remains a focus and we will get closer to it. There's another one around road maintenance standards and ride quality or smooth travel exposure. This is that smooth travel exposure measure is generally driven by deterioration of the road network with increased traffic and lack of maintenance. So yes, we did miss it, but I think we will get back there now that we've got more funding to do resurfacing and resealing. So I expect an improvement there. Then we've got another one around the percentage of sealed local road network that is resurfaced. I don't want to blame funding again, but we have more funding now and we are delivering on that, and I expect that metric to improve. So that's a good result and grateful for your support. There's another one around proportion of road assets in acceptable condition. It's interesting, we were fine with respect to the target and then they changed the way that we measure it and now we're not. that doesn't mean to say the issue has gone away, it just means that maybe we've got a better view of road condition. And so our commitment remains, we need to address that, okay? But under the new measure, it's giving us a low result. It's basically dropped 20 percentage points between one year and the other, 23 to 24. And I think those were the key ones. So look, that's a bit of feedback. I'm not trying to absolve us. We need to focus, but there's some reasons for where we're at, and we're working on them.
Excellent. Oh, thank you, team. You can step back and we can have a discussion. So there's a couple who have reserved their rights. So Alf.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to have a long talk about morale and how that would affect outputs, inputs, etc. from Auckland Transport. But because this report is a very positive one, I'm going to stay away from this. I want to acknowledge, firstly, the CEO of Auckland Transport. I remember when Dean resigned from Auckland Council in May of 2019 as the Chief Operating Officer, and I thought that was the last time I would see Dean in any capacity relating to Auckland Council. But he came back, and I was pleased that he came back as the interim chair and now confirmed by the Auckland Transport Board as the CEO of Auckland Transport. His work while he was here at Auckland Council for 5.5 years was just awesome to see the effect that he had at Auckland Council. And that, I believe, is reflected in this report, but also it's reflected on the staff at Auckland Transport. And I want to acknowledge the staff for all the work that they have. I mean, now that the chair is in the seat where he is, and Councillor Williamson is on there with Councillor Darby, I look forward to even more positive reports around Auckland Transport. There are some issues that need to be addressed, but I think that now we've confirmed the CEO, now that the staff are humming as far as I'm concerned in relation to this fourth quarter, I look forward to the existence of Auckland Transport. I look forward to all the work that they are currently doing in South, but also across Tāmaki Makaurau. To you, Dean, and to your staff, thank you so much. Kia ora, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Alf. Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to lead on in somewhat of the same vein as the last thing I commented on. It's all very good to have these discussions around this table, but it is not getting to the ground the same. Going back to when I asked about the funding of the road reserves, you know, the issue is that there's people that are stuck in limbo, not being able to do anything because Auckland Transport isn't acting in their area, and that locks the people who are trapped behind that activity into going nowhere, and they've been there for 18 months. I heard us talk about road closures to speed up the job. There's evidence all over Auckland that the road closures are not speeding up the jobs, and I won't go into ones in my local area, Mr. Chair, because you told me I can't, but I have evidence of it. And so I just want to see how I haven't had it explained to me yet, and I haven't had it shown to me yet, how what I'm encountering around this table actually makes a difference on the road. And I'd like people to please show me that, and then I'll know why I'm wrong or it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Julie.
Thank you. I guess just following on from that, it would be really useful to have some case studies of how things have worked better, how things have been changed. And I can think of a few, but they're local examples, so I won't go into that because that would be weedy of me.
Really bad.
Weedy and wheelie, yes. What I wanted to point to, though, was the turnaround in the capital projects delivery. And this is something when Dean came on board, Having been in local board land when Dean managed quite a significant turnaround in the capital project delivery for Parks Community, what we now know as Parks Community Facilities, I was really hoping that he would be able to work his magic here with AT, and really glad to see that that's been the case. So I wanted to acknowledge that, because that kind of been an easy boat to turn, to mix all my metaphors up. I also just wanted to give a little shout out for the humble road cone. What is a road cone? It is a sign that we are making things better, and while we are doing that, we're keeping people safe. Sometimes in some places, maybe we have too many, but at its root, that's what a road cone is for. It's a sign of good things to come and keeping other people safe while we do it. So, kia kaha road cones.
What about when it's in the bush, chucked in the bush and in the gutters? And in
Well, that's obviously illegal
naturalist.
dumping.
Wayne?
Or when the work's not happening, but the cone's still there.
Get this meeting under control.
So, a couple of things. Commendations to Dean and his team for their report. I didn't mention it by way of a question, but I'm assuming that Auckland Transport will be mounting a localised campaign to lift the patronage of the Gulf Harbour Ferry now that the services are back there. So there's real scope around that. I'm doing my bit as best I can. The other observation that I just want to make, Mr. Chair, by way of comment, is increasingly we're going to be overtaken by technology, by the adoption of electric vehicles. Teslas with nine cameras, they don't have any accidents, virtually zero. So this is the future that is imminent. And this goes to an increasing number of cars that are picking up on technology. The cost of electric vehicles is dropping dramatically through competition from China. And if there's anything that's going to see a reduction in emissions, that's going to be it. And it's going to be driven by price, because it's just so much cheaper than anything else, and these things don't really cost much to run. So the real concern that I've got, Mr. Chair, is that we get behind examining intelligent transport technology, that we start modelling these things because they are imminent, and forecasters like Tony Seba, for example, have said that this is a change akin to the shift from horse and cart to internal combustion engine, and it's imminent. And we should really be updating ourselves on that and taking it into account in terms of cost effectiveness and the like, because a number of projects that we're embarking on may not be required to the extent that we're thinking they are.
Thank you, Wayne. Shane?
Thank you. Look, I'll be brief, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to draw my colleagues' attention to some data that's come out recently, because we've talked about the TERP around here today and climate emissions issues for transport and how important it is to cut them down, and we're all assuring each other that that's still very, very important, even though the latest announcements seemingly prove otherwise. For annual market share of new car registrations in New Zealand, electric or plug-in hybrid vehicles have gone from 20% in 2022, 27% in 2023, to 9% this year. 9%. So we talk here about how important it all is, but in the real world, where things like removing clean car subsidies and government changes and our inactions as well have real consequences out there. The consequences are the new cars of today that we're importing, ICE vehicles, will be the used cars of tomorrow, the dirty ones. For years, people in the industry and outside of it have said that New Zealand will become the dumping ground for ICE vehicles, and it is happening now. So we have to fix it, we have to change it, and we have to really stand up when plans are announced that actually make the problem worse. We need to lead for our city on this, and I just want to remind you guys all of that. The data is there, it's all very clear, and just bring it up. Where is it? Here we go. evdb.nz/ev-stats. I can send that link around, but that's got it all there, and we're failing. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Richard?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just pretty big to have all those SOI measures met, and one very close. It has been a huge overhaul for Auckland Transport, losing 150 staff in the last year and having some pretty significant changes. So it has been tough for the teams there. I do, and I will, much to the chair's, but I can't see him because of the light behind him, so can't see if he's frowning or not. But I will just mention a few quick local examples of how it works on the ground, Councillor Turner. The 94, which is a new frequent route funded partially by the climate targeted rate, that rolled out a couple of weeks ago, promoted really well. We're getting an extra 400 trips per day on that now. It's a frequent route, and that's only with 2 months in. A significant Birkenhead to Takapuna across town route, which is fantastic. Two more little examples. There is a lighting project happening in Birkenhead at the moment. The team prepared the TMP thinking that, not realising half the suburb goes round a different way at peak than they do in the morning, the afternoon than the morning. That evening they changed the whole TMP and they are not working in peak. It will take the project a little longer, but actually overnight the town centre, the residents and the community are really impressed that AT, listening to myself and the local board chair and obviously the actions on the ground, they changed the whole process and the contractors to make sure that there was not as extreme disruption as there was on the Monday. Another one, we had a renewal project happening near our Cody Glen walkway, treetop walkway. It was looking fantastic. I went down with a couple of AT people and said, could you please do these little extra bits? They didn't have budget for it. They rang around and said, look, we've got the TMP here. We're using all these costs anyway. We'll do these little additional bits to make the community happy and reduce, and the community are stoked. So sometimes it's just about relationships. Sometimes it's just about making sure you are aware what's going on, and AT will do their best to flip it around, but other times they will say, no, this is a massive project that needs to be done and it will be disruptive, and it's up to us to try and back them up. So they don't get everything right, neither do we, but I think just those three little local examples that recently, real big positive change for community sort of overnight. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. No other comments, so I'll just finish up with a very quick comment-ish. And that I guess is, you know, when I read this report, I think I'd read it before somewhere else, but it's an exceptional report when you think about how far back Auckland Transport are coming from in terms of where things have been. And I asked Dean the other day, and I didn't ask him to repeat them again, but I said, when was the last time we did 99% capital delivery? Where had we come from in terms of that public perception rating? And, you know, I know that we were a long way behind on both of those, and we've got up to a point that, you know, is pretty good reading, and I thought it was a great report. And so I just want to acknowledge the leadership team who have had to go through their own restructure, the teams below them that have had to go through more restructures to try and achieve what we are telling them they must achieve, and yet we still kick them when we can, and that's unfortunate, but that's the nature of the beast, and just as we get kicked. And so, but I want to just acknowledge that. Obviously, no one has made mention of the outstanding board that has existed up until last week, but who obviously drive the governance and stuff. But the fact in that is that the current board of Auckland Transport has been appointed by this council. Nobody else. With Mark Darrow going, there is no one left on that board that existed pre the 2022 election. And so we have appointed the people who are running and directing and governing Auckland Transport. And so if we're going to have a dig at Auckland Transport, we have a dig at ourselves first, because we're the people that have put the people there that are governing that organisation. So again, I think it's a, you know, we've got a lot of work to do, and Auckland Transport understands where they still need to do work on, and there's no harm in us continually reminding them, because we get reminded as politicians all the time. But I think we also have to acknowledge that they understand that and are trying incredibly hard to reach that. And when we lead the rhetoric against Auckland Transport, it's not surprising sometimes that we get the result that we are trying to tell our public who listen to us, well, this is what we are seeing, and they will believe that. So, you know, potentially it needs a little bit of a change in the rhetoric that we lead as, I guess, community leaders. So, well done. You know, it's not perfect, but it's a damn sight better than it has been. So, congratulations to Auckland Transport. So, it's been moved and seconded, and so we'll just put that. All those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Thank you. Right, the next item is the final report on the preparatory work for the Auckland Integrated Transport Plan. And while the team come up, yeah, so there are some chairs recs up there you can read. Just to make clear, this is a report on what has been going on, and is the start of a journey in terms of this work. This is not the final outcome. So I just want to acknowledge there's been a really good collaboration between Auckland Council staff, Auckland Transport staff. There's been a steering group that has been overseeing that, meeting up in the Mayor's office, and so this is a start of some work. So hand over to Robert and Harry and Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before I start, if I could, I'd just like to quickly acknowledge the team who have been working hard on this for the last few months. So, you know, we've appeared in front of you 4 or 5 times now, and I'm conscious it's generally me that's doing all the talking, but there's a lot of people who've been doing all the work. So from it's the entire transport strategy team, but in particular Harry Stovold, Jose Gonzalez, Katrina Hunt and Ben Kildare. From the wider growth and infrastructure unit, Amanda Harland, Hannah Shingler, Dave Laurier and David Hawkey. And of course our colleagues at Auckland Transport, Mark Lambert, Daniel Newcomb and Robin Verstappen in particular. So thank you very much for allowing me to say that. So I'd just like to, provide a little bit of context before I dive into this slide. And as you are aware, or are becoming increasingly aware, there is a plethora of transport plans and processes that we have in Auckland. A very complex web. Some are mandated by legislation, some are not, some align with each other, some don't. And we have a diagram on page 8 of your attachment which attempts to set that out. And it's a simplified version of reality, but it's still nevertheless quite hard to get your head around. But despite this complex web, there's no single document that sits atop of the whole thing. There's nothing that both council and government have agreed to that takes an integrated, multimodal approach and a long-term view of what Auckland's transport future might be, and a document that can provide direction to everything else that goes on in the planning, transport planning space. So given the amount of money that is spent on transport and that is planned to be spent on transport in the years to come, given how many agencies are involved in this space, and given how important transport is to the lives of Aucklanders and to all the outcomes that council seeks, this is a pretty big gap, and it's pretty important that it's filled. And wrong button. The work that we have done to date has done nothing if not reinforce the need for such a document. I think it's also very timely if you consider what we're hearing from government, from the opposition, and importantly from the Infrastructure Commission around an urgent need to reform the way in which we plan, fund and deliver infrastructure in this country. So I think that in some ways the work that we've done to date, and as the Chair has noted, this is the end of a phase. It is a milestone along the way, but there's a lot more to come. I think it's important. I think in some ways we can think about it in terms of this being Auckland Council's contribution to what is a broader national effort. So with that said, I'll just leap into the slide. As you'll recall, you endorsed the scope for this work. You authorised us to get on with the work back in March. Since that work has started, we've had confirmation from the government that they're committed to it as well via the GPS. The timing is still a bit uncertain around that. And the thinking or the rationale behind getting on with the preparatory work prior to government coming to the table with government was around strengthening council's position and giving us a base for the discussions with government, and that's what we've attempted to do throughout. So just to reiterate what the Chair has said, this is a preparatory work, so we're calling it the final report on the preparatory work, but it is not the AITP itself. There's still a long way to go down the track until we get there. The work was set up in such a way that it was led by council staff, but we've had invaluable and very frequent technical input from our colleagues at AT as well, so we need to acknowledge that. But as we've said in the report, we have not sought the approval of the Auckland Transport Board for this work. It has been a staff-led exercise in that sense. And the focus for the work, in line with the agreed terms of reference, has very much been on large-scale projects. Generally speaking, more than $1 billion, and we've found 50 of them on proposed or flagged by various transport agencies that have a hand in transport in Auckland. This does not mean, however, that smaller interventions are unimportant. In fact, the work has proved quite the contrary, and one of the key findings that Harry will tell you about soon is around the need for renewed focus on smaller infrastructure investments, on service improvements, on non-infrastructure interventions, regulatory interventions and the like. We have made a number of assumptions around those type of interventions and those type of investments, and they're set out on page 38 of the attachment. We've got a couple of them listed on there. So, for example, technology. The assumption is that technology will continue to improve and be applied to the transport network and will improve efficiency and with which Aucklanders are able to get around the city. We've made an assumption around cycling as well, that the full cycling network will be built in its entirety over the next 3 decades. So, as I say, we are not ignoring the importance of a whole range of interventions. They are critically important. It's just that the scope of this work lay elsewhere. So, just to remind you of the, and I'll assume that you've at least had a chance to glance through the report that was attached to the agenda item, and just to remind you of some of the key outputs. So as I say, we see this report very much as a milestone along the way. It's kind of the end of phase 1, the end of the initial preparatory work between Auckland Transport and ourselves, but there's still a lot more to come. So the final report is attached. It was guided by the terms of reference, and a number of key features to it, probably front and centre being the stock take of these 50 projects, and the high-level assessment. As far as we're aware, that's not been done before, and certainly it's not been done in terms of a high-level assessment against council-endorsed outcomes. So this is a really important step, and Harry will have a bit more to say on that soon. We're under clear instructions to try and make it visual, which is what we've done. So we have quite a number of maps in there for you. We're not going to go through them all now. We also have something coming your way in the next day or two. That's an interactive map whereby you'll have access to digital versions of the map, and you can zoom in and have a look at different projects and hover your mouse over them and get information about it and so on and so forth. So that's on its way. Another key area of focus was the key issues or the challenges with the transport planning system as it currently stands. We conclude that elements of it are no longer fit for purpose, and there is an urgent need for reform there. And I think both sides of the political aisle will probably agree with that. We put a lot of work into identifying the 10-year transport challenges. We have a map and commentary in the report on that. And also, as I've alluded to, quite a lot of focus on the supporting interventions required in and of their own right, but also to make sure that we get the most out of pending and current really large-scale investments in the transport system. So I've probably covered most of this slide as well, but just a couple of points to reiterate there. We think this work positions council very well, both at the staff and elected member level, for the pending discussions with central government whenever they may take place. It provides an evidence base that can support that multi-agency work that's coming up, and it supports the development of an agreed Auckland view, if you like, of its transport future. Although perhaps we haven't quite got there yet, and we'll get to that later in terms of the prioritisation work is still to come. And as I say, if nothing else that comes out of this work, it just reinforces the need for reform of elements of the transport planning system, with a lot of detail still to come on that yet. So I'm going to hand it over to Harry now, and now Harry has been played a pivotal role in writing the technical report that's attached to your agenda item, along with others, but Harry was a lead writer for that, so it's only right that he gets to present his parts of his work. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. So I'll just briefly summarise some of the key findings across the various work streams of the preparatory work that council staff have been undertaking. With the assistance of our colleagues at AT. As you'll see on the table on the screen, one of the most important findings is that there is projected to be a very significant gap between total cost demands, including the cost of all major projects proposed or indicated by various agencies over the next 3 decades, and the expected available funding. These are very big numbers, so I want to explain how we got to them and the caveats around them. So while there are a lot of unknowns, a rough estimate indicates that if all proposed and signal transport projects were delivered, the potential funding shortfall could be around $100 billion over 30 years, when also accounting for non-discretionary spending and consequential operational costs. Calculations like this, particularly across a 30-year horizon, which spans far beyond any statutory transport funding processes, inherently involve a lot of unknowns, and so staff needed to rely on a range of projections and assumptions. On the funding side, we extrapolated past and present trends to develop 3 future scenarios for future funding levels. We then took the middle of these 3 scenarios and used this to project the total funding provision for transport in Auckland over the next 30 years. This generates the figure of $250 billion as seen on the table, but again, this is just a projection and an extrapolation. There is a lot of uncertainty over a 30-year horizon. More information around those assumptions is available in part 2 of the attached report. We then assumed the base level costs, which are independent of decision-making around future major projects. These include committed investment, operational costs for the current network, renewals, and continuation of ongoing programs. This then brings us to one of the most significant and challenging tasks within the scope of the work, which has been to undertake a stocktake of major transport projects proposed and signalled by the wide range of agencies involved in Auckland's transport planning system. Based on the scope and criteria discussed with this committee in the past, the stocktake produced a list of 50 major future projects which we considered. Now, it is very important to note that even if funding were available, there isn't really a foreseeable future where all 50 of these projects would be needed or delivered. This is in part because the various transport planning processes have sometimes produced duplicative or conflicting projects which are not likely to be mutually deliverable. This is clearly a bit of a systemic issue, and it clearly reinforces the need for a more integrated and coordinated approach to transport planning and funding across the Auckland region. Just getting back to the table, even allowing for the fact that not all of these projects will actually be needed within 30 years, the funding gap will still be very significant in the context of current and signalled funding settings. This is particularly the case when considering the consequential operational costs of a proposed and signalled future projects, which are very substantial across a 30-year horizon. In summary, this work has shown that the current transport planning and funding systems can be complex and disjointed at times, and there can be a disconnect between what is being planned and what will likely be able to be funded. We just jump to the next slide. There we go. So in accordance with the previous signalled scope, the next step after identifying the major proposed or signalled projects which fell within the scope of the stocktake was to conduct an initial high-level assessment against key council strategic outcomes applicable to transport. As you'll see in the attached document, and as discussed at previous meetings with the TEC, these strategic outcomes are sustainability, economic growth and productivity, safety and resilience, supporting quality compact growth, and achieving value for money and affordability. Almost all of the proposed projects align well with at least some of these strategic outcomes, but only a few projects align well with every single outcome. Going forward, further technical work on the relative priority of these projects, including modelling and assessment of scenarios, will need to be a key part of the development of a robust integrated plan. This technical work will also need to be supported by future political decisions about the weighting of these strategic outcomes. But regardless of how the projects are prioritised, it is almost certainly not possible to deliver all of them under current funding settings. Therefore, a renewed focus on less capital-intensive interventions is required in order to get more out of the existing network and better leverage for major investments which are made. This includes the use of demand management tools and systems, the continued rollout of technological interventions such as smarter traffic lights, consistent investment in ongoing programs such as safety programs, cycling and network optimization, and more meaningful integration of transport with land use planning. We noted that investment hierarchies published by Auckland Council in the Future Development Strategy and the Infrastructure Strategy, as well as work by Waka Kotahi and the Infrastructure Commission Te Waihanga, have all highlighted that less capital-intensive interventions, like more integrated planning and network optimization, will be needed to support the efficient realization of benefits from larger infrastructure investments and to achieve the desired outcomes across the system within available funding. So a more comprehensive investigation of timing and phasing of investment will need to be developed through the next stages of the work on the Integrated Transport Plan alongside central government. This work has highlighted the need for any proposed package or plan going forward to be very cognizant of the broader funding and cost picture to ensure that it achieves outcomes which align with value for money and ensure affordability. To be clear, this doesn't mean that major transport projects don't have an important role in Auckland's future. They definitely do, but it does mean that a more holistic focus on achieving value for money and ensuring affordability need to be a core part of any integrated transport planning. I'll now pass back to Rob to discuss the next steps.
Thanks, Harry. So we set out in more detail on paragraph 17 of your agenda item, and also towards the back of your attachment, pages 42 to 43, there's a bit of discussion as well around what we see as being key next steps. The overarching thing, of course, being collaboration with central government agencies on the actual AITP itself. Really critical to that is, as I've said previously, some form of prioritisation work. As Harry has said, under current settings and under plausible future settings, it's extremely unlikely, if not impossible, that we'll be able to deliver all of these projects. Therefore, some form of prioritisation will be required, and that needs to be supported by more detailed analysis and ensuring that we have the most up-to-date numbers and so on, and modelling and so on and so forth. This will be a really quite significant piece of work in its own right, given the scale and the cost of the projects and given their implications for Auckland's future. So it's only right that we do it properly. Equally, this prioritisation work will have to take into account the relationships between projects, which we haven't been able to do yet in terms of both spatial and in terms of timing. If you do project A, what does that mean for project B? Can we defer it? Can it be downscaled? Does it need to be upscaled? Do we even need it? That kind of analysis needs to be brought to the table as well. Now, we'll bring a great deal of technical assessment to this process, but ultimately we're going to need political direction as well on the relative weightings given to different outcomes. So we'll be looking to you for direction on that. Stepping above that, the governance structures will need thought as well for this AITP. Role of central government and local government elected officials, and of course, critical, the role of Māori in this. And you would have seen from your report, we have certainly undertaken work at a staff level to better understand what some of the implications of this might be for Māori, and we've set out a series of next steps as well. And so our recommendation is that there's a need for a Māori voice in the governance structures as well. Timing-wise, that's obviously out of our hands. Ideally, this would start soon, but in the meantime, there's stuff that Auckland Transport and ourselves can get on with to put us in an even better space for when the discussions do start. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. Okay, questions? We've got Julie.
Thank you, and thanks for this work. Noting that this is the sort of end of the beginning, if you like, I have one slight quibble that I just think, and then I've got a couple of other more important questions probably. By numbering the projects by 1 to 50, we're going to get people misread that as this is a priority list. I understand absolutely that they are north to south, but I just think we need to put that in big letters on those lists, because otherwise we're going to get,
Yeah, we can be clear about that. It didn't mean to imply any form of hierarchy, as you know. Yeah.
No, and I know we've discussed that at workshop as well. I just wanted to make that clear so we can make that clearer in the documents, because otherwise, people see a number list starting with 1 and they assume number 1 is top priority. And I know we've worked through that, but I'd just like to see that captured. So when you said current funding settings, does that, how current is that? Because we are working in a little bit of a changing dynamic environment in terms of the messages from central government. So how current is current?
Yeah, so this is a 30-year plan, so we're not, certainly not, in coming up with those numbers, we didn't look at how existing budgets are allocated between different priorities. It was simply the quantum of funding and then three plausible future scenarios as to, extrapolating from where we're at now as to where we might be in the future. In that sense, the allocation of funds by recent announcements around the allocation of fundings to one priority or another hasn't come into it.
Great, okay. I mean, not great, but yeah. Thanks for clarifying that. And then my other question is, and again, this is probably too early, but I just want to fly the flag for it now. Put a road cone there to draw attention perhaps. Is the costing stuff, how that's going to evolve, acknowledging that some of these projects are going to be big enough that potentially we are going to have to look at that compensation piece. And I know it's way too early to start putting any numbers, but a lot of these are very significant disruption projects. So how we're potentially going to look at that, how that might interact with some of that temporary traffic management plan stuff, which again can drive some of the costs as well. So I guess just flagging up that these might be the kind of projects where we need to look at those kinds of externalities, calculating them, and then actually thinking about how can we cover them in the project.
And you would expect that to be the case, but we would expect that would be worked into the individual business cases and costings for each of the projects, which will be, fed into this process. And at those costings on a case-by-case basis will presumably align with whatever the policy is set by government and council.
Yeah, thanks. I really just wanted to flag it as something that we're going to have to think about in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie, and I'll get this right before the end of the day. So the Mayor's going to move this and I'm going to second it. Good things take time. Mayor Wayne Brown.
Thanks very much. I've got a bit of a comment and that followed, which leads to questions. This is a great piece of work. Thank you very much, Harry and Robert and others. It sets us up well for the future to work with the government on the integrated transport plan, which was moved from just an idea I had in the campaign to now a real thing. And when you listen to it, it's amazing it didn't exist. I suspected things were out of whack with transport planning in Auckland with various competing agencies and political promises, but this $100 billion gap between committed funding and projects is a real shock and shows we do have a problem here. This is not the fault of any particular party, but has built up over the last 20 years, and it shows we need much better coordination across the various transport agencies in Auckland, and shows we need to focus less on mega projects and more on right-sized small and medium projects that actually solve our problems. So my questions are, firstly, one is how do we do things cheaper, which means, because you either don't do them if you're $100 billion short, or you do them cheaper. So how do we get the scope and the standard down to something which is affordable? And secondly, how do we move this away from the ATAP? It sounds like you're doing quite a good job getting it away from ATAP, which was a list of projects rather than a pressure on costs. It was just a ranking, so we ranked down the thing and said, oh, we won't do these ones. Or instead of going back and saying, well, really, you know, can we spread the money further by doing a whole lot of cheaper things? Because what you're defining here is how much money we've got, rather than what everyone wants. And so with that money, how do we, and you've identified a lot of the smaller, cheaper things are get you down the track further. Demand management rather than these big things. So it's getting this pressure on costs. How's the best way we do that? That's my main thing. It's what comes out of this. We've got to do it cheaper. And it doesn't mean to say badly either. It just means cheaper.
Well, I guess the main response to that could be that by its very nature, by bringing all these things together and better understanding the relationship between them and when we might need these things and you know, if we do A, we don't need B kind of thing, then that inherently is a major contributor to savings in the future. And likewise, the direction to focus on smaller scale investments and non-infrastructural interventions as well, likewise as well. Harry or Mark, do either of you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I'll support what's been said in terms of we need a single approach to this. So we need to actually look at what are we trying to achieve from the transport system, first of all? What's the objectives? What's the challenges? And how does that link to land use and everything else? So what are we trying to achieve? Then how do you actually optimise what we've already got through different programmes? Then you should be looking at the project interventions and looking across all the different agencies, bring them all together and actually looking at every project and how it relates to other projects, how you can cut them down and how it can be multimodal from day one. What we've had in the past is very much an ad hoc approach. So I think that's the key around governance as well to start off with.
Yeah, I agree with what both Rob and Mark have said. Just in terms of what we've got in the report itself, on the start of page 4, we sort of highlight the investment hierarchy that was in Auckland Council's future development strategy. But there's a very similar approach clearly put forward in Auckland Council's infrastructure strategy, as well as work done by Waka Kotahi and Te Waihanga New Zealand Infrastructure Commission. And they all show that there is kind of a multi-rung approach where generally first you want to consider integrated planning, which in this context is going to mean much better integration of transport and land use. The next rung being demand management, then optimization of existing systems, and then new infrastructure as the final rung. Not that new infrastructure is never required, but that the others should be considered first. And I think that's been highlighted as one of the core ways to address the widest range of issues within the constrained budget.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that everyone should really read this. 7, item 7 says what's wrong. 8B is a very good thing. We've got to get cheaper. Over on the context page, there's uncoordinated approach. Is no longer fit for purpose. There's such a lot of good stuff here, team, but on the start here, pages 4 and 5, 3, 4 and 5. It really is good stuff. I just hope councillors read this. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela.
Thank you. And agree with Mayor. Thank you for all of the work that you've done on this. One of the things that you spoke about, Harry, I think it was, the politics around it and how it can provide uncertainty when you've got a pipeline that long. There was a report that Infrastructure New Zealand commissioned Infometrics to do called Estimating the Cost of an Uncertain Infrastructure Pipeline. And I wondered how much having something like that at an Auckland level that would feed up to something at a national level would help the success of having a pipeline of activity, removing so it can survive political terms and give certainty to the market. So what the report tells us is that there is no certainty to the infrastructure market. There is no certainty for businesses to gear up and to hire people and to invest in their own equipment because there is no certainty of pipeline. That's got to help with the costs once they get estimated for real. So it helps to reduce costs, it helps invest into the economy, and it keeps certainty for 30 years, whatever it is. How do we factor something like that as a piece of work around the work that you're doing, or to run alongside it?
I might have to leave it to Rob and Mark to answer the how, but can just confirm that yeah, one of the key findings of the work is that a more stable and consistent long-term infrastructure pipeline is a key step to potentially reducing the costs of delivery and making it more achievable to deliver more of the projects and solutions that Auckland wants to deliver within a constrained funding environment.
So it's the how that we're missing.
Mm-hmm. I think so. We as officials can put forward, our assessments and how we think things, what the optimal path might be for Auckland over a 30-year period, and that can get buy-in from the elected officials of the day. But ultimately, these are huge decisions about Auckland's future, involving many billions of dollars worth of investment, and future elected officials will want to have their say on that, of course. So I think it's really hard for officials to provide advice on how you can take the politics out of these kind of decisions, because I'm not sure. We can do our best, as I say, to set up the path and make our recommendations and provide a future pathway that everyone buys into. But things change, politics change, priorities change.
Thanks, Rob. Andy and Barry, I wonder if it's something that we can have it put on the agenda somewhere. I have spoken with Jazz about this, and I think if we could have a serious conversation about what that looks like, if it's something that we can grapple with to implement, appreciating politicians are going to want to have a say, but we've got to have what you've got in there, the rail networks, the big long-term projects, having certainty over those significant pieces of infrastructure, I think is something you would hope that all politicians might agree on for the future of Auckland.
Sorry, the only thing I would add is that there shouldn't be any reason why you can't agree a long-term direction, at least, or a set of directions within a 30-year plan. The problem, obviously, we have is if projects get cancelled or you get spending a certain amount and going down that path of a project, and then it gets shifted in terms of priorities and things like that. So I think part of the next work needs to be looking at how do you get a long-term set of directions which are actually very robust, or at least relatively flexible, that don't actually create that uncertainty. You can actually create a pipeline. Yes, of course, there'll always be the odd project here and there, or there'll obviously be priorities, but to use a term that the infrastructure minister quoted last week, how do we get bipartisan approach? Now, that might be a very idealistic approach, but the government's already talking about doing that. And it's about the direction, it's about the intent, it's about how much do you focus on public transport versus roads as a flexible parameter within the report, within the plan itself, not necessarily the list of projects.
And I think it's a pragmatic ideology, though. Thank you.
Given that this is a 30-year program, is there any modelling that's informed this about, say, within the short to medium term, the adoption of full self-drive, robo-taxi, cab model, non-ownership, and all of the other changes that are occurring, the dramatic drop in battery cost, solar, the convergence of all these technologies that's currently being driven by many, many billions of dollars in investment in China, in the United States and the like. So how does this series of projects reflect some modelling along the lines that I'm describing? Has that modelling happen?
Thank you, Councillor. So just in line with the scope of this work, there hasn't been any new modelling undertaken yet as part of this preparatory work, but the preparatory work does flag the need for modelling of future scenarios and land use modelling and demand modelling to be an essential part of the next step of developing the plan. This stage is kind of getting the building blocks together, and then that needs to be supplemented by further work, bringing it all together into an integrated plan. However, to facilitate the high-level initial assessment of projects, a set of assumptions had to be landed on, and that did use the kind of existing work that's out there, the assumptions and modelling which underpins existing plans, such as the future development strategy. And those plans have definitely, and perhaps to varying degrees, but have considered the changing levels of technology and some of the impacts that may have on the transport system going forward. But doing that more comprehensively is definitely something that needs to be done as part of the next stage of the work to make sure that we've got the most robust evidence base possible feeding into the integrated transport plan itself.
So my follow-on question is, when are we going to do this? Because these changes are imminent and they impact on the assumptions, the outcomes here around deaths, around spending, around reducing emissions, around all of these things so phenomenally that it's a fundamental change. So when are we actually going to do this work?
So in the context of this work, or the next phase of this work, I presume, but don't know, that there'll be a terms of reference that will provide the scope for the work. And I presume, but don't know, that this committee will have an opportunity to shape that terms of reference. And so if that's a specific thing that you want us to do as part of that, then that will be the opportunity for us to define exactly what it is that you're asking and exactly what it is that's possible. But yeah, I mean, you're asking some really big questions there, so there'll be a lot of work needed to think about just, well, how does that translate into a piece of work, and then how does that apply to what we're trying to do here?
Yeah, I'll reserve my right to speak.
Richard. Thanks, Chair. The unfunded mandate, I guess, of the $100 billion that you say that is, I guess, a gap, does that include what we've seen in the NLTP? There's sort of $6 billion there unfunded. They've, I think, for the first time borrowed $3 billion and granted the transport budget $3 billion. Is that the sort of gap you're projecting out, or is that so that is not funded in the normal way, and that's just a 3-year budget, I guess?
No, so it's simply, okay, so on the funding side, it was, okay, what is the 10-year funding that we have available now? What has been the growth patterns of it in the past, and then extrapolating it forward, as I say, with three different plausible scenarios, and we've taken the mid one for the numbers that you've just seen, so that's the funding side. The cost side was the most up-to-date information we could find on each of these projects and simply adding them together, and then a calculation around consequential OPEX, and also taking the base investment at the moment that we do, and again extrapolating that forward as well. So looking the type of issue that you raise is probably a level of detail that we haven't gone into. We've just looked at the very high level numbers.
Thank you. And over time, this is probably complex, but you obviously understand it. Obviously the government want to lean harder into the ETS, and these projects would end up long term, especially over a 30-year period, kind of smashing those climate budgets. And would, over time, you be able to extrapolate this budget onto what the effect is for Auckland on the ETS, on the carbon pricing and things like that? Because they're not aiming on the climate emissions reduction projects. They're saying we'll lean harder into the ETS, but these sort of mega projects will have an effect on. I know it's not in this early stage, but will you be able to do that sort of modelling?
Well, I mean, we would like to, but the information is hugely variable from project to project in terms of emissions impacts and so on. So whether or not we have a methodology that can take it all as a package and then assess what impact that may have on emissions over a long period of time, I'm unsure. I don't know if such a methodology exists. I mean, Auckland Transport may have more information on that. But if it doesn't exist, then it should. Yeah.
And the last question, just does the costs include the renewal focus? So obviously, East-West Link and those bigger projects for an Auckland captured figure, that's going to add significantly, do we have road space, square meters, what does that look like for the future if we move to a more large project-based changes?
Yes, it does. So that $70 billion figure that I mistakenly referred to as consequential OPEX is consequential costs, I should say. So it's both CapEx and OPEX.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions? All right, thanks, team. You can make your way back, and then tonight you can put your feet up and just think what a good job you've done. So well done. Okay, discussion. Wayne?
Make the comment, and I may be a bit of a crack record, but Tony Seba, who's probably one of the most intelligent futurists, has been 100% accurate in his predictions so far in his forecasts. So all you've got to do is just pick up on the changes that are occurring in significant drop in batteries, the lowering in the cost of EVs. There are a whole lot of things that are converging. And there's an inevitability around it, especially full self-drive, where the technology already exists to produce virtually zero accidents, and that will be driving the model. So will economics. So I just can't emphasise enough that it's imperative to actually take these things into consideration, because if you, Andy, have got an opportunity to just have a vehicle materialise, it'll just be at the door there, and it will take you to your destination cheaper than any form of public transport, faster, more conveniently, with zero accidents and the like, 9 times out of 10, or maybe 10 times out of 10. That's the choice that you'll make. And if you own it, and there's a model whereby you can recoup all of your expenses by effectively having other people use it, so you're actually making money out of your vehicle, you'll do that. And this is in the short to medium term, not even the long term. So it's critical that we reappraise the projects we've got. It's critical that we reappraise the emissions, the deaths and the injuries, the expenditure, the projects and the like, on the basis of this technology. And it really surprises me that we're not ahead of that, because that's where we solve our funding gap.
Okay. Any other discussion? Morris? Thank goodness for that. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, I think it is good work, and so thank you to the team. And I think when you talk about the politics, if we use this as a tool to identify the problem to the solution to problems that we have long term, the political side of it will be coming at that time when we decide to put those plans into place to solve those problems. That's when the political debate will happen. But this is about how we find a solution for the things that we know we need. Is it an east-west? Is it freight? Is it whatever? If we use this as identifying the solution to certain transport problems, all of the other stuff will fall into line, and then whoever's around will have a massive political debate about how it's funded and what the priorities are. Okay, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Righty ho, we're into the processional stuff, Wayne. I hope you're ready. So the first item is the update on decisions from the meeting of the 8th. We've seen that. Wayne's moved it. His cousin has seconded it. Is there any discussion? None. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. The next item is the review of our forward work programme. John and his cousin have moved and seconded. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye, against, carried. Finally, the summary of our information memoranda, etc. He's gone. Morris will move that. Desi will second. Any discussion? None. All those in favour say aye, and against, carried. There's no extraordinary business. Before we go, I want to acknowledge Mara, who is about to leave us to go on maternity leave. Well, true, she will, as far as she can probably, Wayne, I'm picking. But Mara, good luck for what's coming. Enjoy it when you move into my hood. But you've been an absolute champion, and we'll miss you around here. And Taryn is taking over, so welcome. But thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone online. Thanks to Barry and the team here. Nice work. Thank you, Al, for your positive affirmation before.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair.